Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the Diamond today. The Mariners open their 10-game road trip with a big win at Wrigley. They come from behind to beat the Cubs by a final of 9-4. Cal Raleigh, Mitch Garver, both with 2 home runs apiece. For Raleigh, it's his 29th and 30th of the season. That's the most ever for a catcher before the All-Star break, which isn't for another 4 weeks. Also of note, former Cubs legend Sammy Sosa in attendance for today's game. It's his first trip back to Wrigley in over 20 years. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championship, there's a 3-way tie atop the leaderboard at 9 under between Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood. Here in Portland, it would appear the new WNBA franchise intends to call themselves the Portland Fire, as the organization has filed for trademarks that would indicate as much. And a big weekend ahead as the Thunder and Pacers will play a Game 7 to decide the NBA Finals. That comes your way Sunday night at 5 o'clock. OKC favored at home by 8.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome. Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be quiet.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What's up? What's going on? It's me, Rob. But you knew that. You know these, well, docile tones? I don't know. How would you describe my tones, Buckley?
Are you going for dulcet? Is that what you're going for? The dulcet tones? I feel like that's the...
Dulcet?
I think that's the adjective most associated with comforting audio tones. Dulcet tones?
Dulcet.
D-U-L-C-E-T, I believe.
Is that the word I'm trying to say?
I think so. What did you say? Docile?
I don't know.
What did you go with?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Now somebody texted me the other day, or on the text line, and said, how is it that Rob has now begun mispronouncing everything? And that's so true. What is going on with me?
Is that...
Am I having a stroke?
Well, I mean, that's possible, but also... Do you just care less? Is like, because like, we actually had a conversation about this the other day, you and I did, about if someone says your name wrong or spells it wrong in an email, and you're like, it's just proof that you don't care, because my name is in my email address, and like, that's on you. So, I mean, if you're mispronouncing something, is it just that you don't care enough, or have you forgotten how?
It's not that. No, you know me. I take my words.
You're a serious
seriously.
newsman. I'm
a serious newsman, and I'm a wordsmith. No, I'm not. I'm not a wordsmith. Take that back. But I do try to be accurate with my grammar.
Sure.
I am a grammar dork.
Yeah, you seem like...
And Suk makes fun of me for it. But, I mean, we are on the radio. Like, we once had this argument.
You take the literary side seriously.
Well, I mean, I try to.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean I'm going to be perfect.
I have noted that as much. Or that as much.
Oh,
there we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's a Friday. Somebody called. I think he was a Portland State professor. This is our old studios way back when I was like running the Jim Rome show and doing updates.
Nice.
So I would have been
producing Rob.
Yeah, I would have been like 28, 29. Okay. I'm now almost 50, by the way.
Yeah.
But I will always remember this. I think this guy was a English professor at Portland State or somewhere here. And he called me in the studio. He said, I just want to tell you that it is not begs the question. You should say raises the question. Because somewhere in my update or some...
Which begs the question. Yeah.
And so to this day, I am terrified to even use that term, begs the question. And when I hear other people say it, I think of him. People use it all the time, but I was called off the ball way back in my 20s, and I've never said it again. So I try to take all that stuff seriously, but apparently I'm slipping because I think I said docile.
Yeah, docile tones. Or
Am I
something.
trying to say
I think you're
dulcet?
I think.
God, I'm the worst.
I have one of those too, though. From early in my career, I did a lot of sports news writing. We had a highlight show, and I did a lot of hockey stuff too. And I got like reprimanded by the EP because I kept saying that the goalie saves the shot, and he's like, "It is a save. The shot isn't saved. The shot is shot. The shot is stopped.
Yeah.
and that's a
Okay.
save.
Yeah.
But you don't use it as a verb." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
So how would you
So you'd say
stopped the shot? The
stopped
goalie
the shot,
stopped the shot for a save.
or knocked it away, or you'd use a different verb, but you can't save a shot.
Yeah.
A stopped shot is a save.
Yeah. Well, so you remember that.
Yep.
So it's
That was over 10 years ago now.
Yeah. Those things stick with us.
Mm-hmm.
Or when you call us out on poor grammar, it sticks with me. Now, if you call me out on bad math, I admit to you, I'm just bad at it.
Yeah, I have friends that make fun of me for not being able to process quick enough at the blackjack table. I now have the combos memorized well enough that it's not a problem. But I would sit there and I'd be staring down like an 8, a 5, and a 3, and I'm like, I don't know.
How much is that?
What is My buddy's like, God, 16. Go, let's go.
See, I'm pretty quick at that. But have you ever played Pai Gow?
Yeah, I love Pai Gow.
Yeah. So when you play Pai Gow,
Good way to stretch your money, Pai Gow.
aren't you amazed at the people that see what the dealer? So the dealer flips over 7 cards.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all kind of scrambled at first, and then they have to make a hand. They have to make a hand out of that. But oftentimes, there will be people at your table that will see it instantly.
Yeah.
I mean, instantly. The second they turn over their 7 cards, they see their 5-card hand and their 2-card hand because they have to split into 2. And
yeah, they're just like full house king high, and you're like,
full house king
what?
high. Yeah, like wait, can we let her set it first? It's the wildest. People see that. I don't know. It's like a gift.
Well, it may be a gift, but also I think that there's certain things if you just do enough times over that becomes that memorization of what those combinations just becomes old hat to you, and just becomes so, I guess, normalized that you've seen it so many times over that it's now like almost like burned in there.
Yeah. Somebody said, okay, so docile. I mean, that is a word.
It is a word.
And so docile tones refers to a manner of speaking that is gentle and submissive. Which is not really what I'm going for, but look, I can't.
What does it say about dulcet tones? Is that even a word?
Dulcet.
I don't even know.
Are you wrong here?
I might be.
Okay, dulcet tones is a thing. Soft, sweet, and melodious.
Melodious.
Yeah. I'm not really going for that either. I don't know what. Look, I got stuck trying to describe my tones.
It's okay.
Take my tones for whatever they are. I'm here, and Big Sook is not. A lot of people are saying Big Sook has hand, foot, mouth.
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
And look, I told you off the air, I'll say it on the air. I hope he does.
That's you did tell me. You're like, I hope he gets it. I hope he has it.
I do, because he was rooting for me to get hand, foot, mouth from
That's
you
right.
and your kid.
That's right. I don't have it yet, by the way.
Well, yet. That's
Well,
good.
I didn't have it the last time it came through the Buckley house. It's hard for adults to get, even though it's possible.
Yeah. Well, I've read about it because I got paranoid. I think we're good.
I think you're good.
But Sook is out today because he does not have hand, foot, mouth. I mean, I don't really wish hand, foot, mouth on him, but he gets, sometimes when he's wishing, like he wishes gout on people and vertigo.
Yeah. And then he says that like gout won't be a thing for him.
Yeah.
And also he wouldn't die in a house fire.
Says the guy who thinks he could, he would not be constricted by a constrictor snake. What a weirdo. Anyway.
Bold takes.
Very bold, which is why we love him. He went to Bend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he went to Bend to play golf with Joe Fisher.
Yeah, the great Joe Fisher, as he told us in the text.
Great. Yeah, and I got to tell you, I think that is one of the more unlikely fan pairings.
Fun little bromance.
Is it not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know why the pairing exists. Because
I don't know if the listeners do.
I think so. I think that Sook has said as much, but that the BTJ And Joe Fisher's lady friend are like best friends. So Suk and Joe Fisher end up at a lot of the same gatherings and social functions together.
Yeah. And I don't know how that's going between the two of them, but here they are again out in Bend playing golf.
There they go.
Who would be look at them? Who would be your most unlikely fan
bromance
pairing? No, like just golf twos. Like if I go out to Langdon Farms and I see Buck
two
playing
people
golf,
together you'd least likely to see, maybe.
Yeah. Like okay, well, there's two questions. Who is Buck? If I go to Langdon and I see Buck golfing and there is another fan personality with him, who would I be most surprised is that fan personality? And the second question is, and the listeners can weigh in on this, but who is the most unlikely fan twosome that you would see on a golf course? I tell you what, Suk and Fisher's right up there.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Suk plays, he's a country club guy and runs, runs around with all these rich guys. Joe Fisher ain't that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can see how if you didn't know about their previous connection, that would maybe come as striking. Yeah, I can get that. There's an age gap, too.
I think if you saw Suk and Schulte playing golf together, I feel like my head would explode. I don't think it's going to happen. So that might be the most unlikely. I would say Danny and I, probably pretty unlikely. However, we are bonding over golf off the air.
That's right.
He is relating to me with his golf exploits.
Right. I mean, I know that he informed me the other day, which I didn't know, that the people who take care of Langdon, where we're having the Fan Golf Classic, also take care of Charbonneau as far as the course maintenance, and that he's been playing out at Charbonneau a bunch.
Yeah, and he's taking lessons from Michael over at Langdon.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah, so he's getting into golf. And, look, I can talk to anybody about golf. So
text line says Swag and Patrick Harris together for for golf twosome.
That's a pretty odd pairing.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty odd. Pretty odd. Who don't duck the question. And it doesn't mean you don't like them. It just means
just like
it just be a weird,
surprising.
Yeah,
or like
who would it be?
Well, I have played golf with Swag and with Dusty.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
And
Dusty's not going to be anyone's answer. Because he's the man of the people.
Well, that's right.
I think seeing you... Were you ever on the morning show?
I produced the morning show for 3 years.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was after Crawford and before Darkins.
So seeing you with those guys wouldn't be weird.
No. Well, no, I didn't produce the current morning show, though. I produced it when it was Dusty and Cam.
So I was going to say maybe you and Sprague.
But me and Sprague... I don't know. Sprague and I are in communication on occasion about various things. So I don't know if Sprague and I had time to tee it up, I think we would. So that wouldn't be surprising to me. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you or Suk? Not you.
Me and Suk?
Maybe me and Suk.
Would be a surprising twosome?
I don't know, maybe not.
Some people texting in Meringue and Schulte.
Okay. Okay.
What about, we're getting a lot of Meringue here. Meringue and Swag, that would be an odd pairing.
Okay.
Dirt and Meringue. Rust and Buck. That'd be a little odd.
Okay. Yeah.
Producer guys.
Rop and Schulte sipping vino.
Nah, Schulte's my guy. I like Schulte. Me and Swag, most likely.
Yeah.
We've golfed together.
Yeah.
Swag and I go way back. We're OGs.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
You both have long-standing relationships with local courses.
That's right. That's right. Look, not to start a whole other conversation, but if you had to do a show with somebody on the Fan who is not your current show, who would you do a show with?
Danny Meringue.
Oh, you suck up. God.
There's only one right answer here.
That's a good call by you, though.
Well, yeah.
Me, it's Swigart. Swag's my guy. I love Swag. We go way back. The old baseball show. We'd probably kill each other, but...
I played Forest Hills with Swag.
Yeah. I like Forest Hills.
Mm-hmm. It's a good little track.
Good little track. They have those, don't they have those, like, the scooter things? The
golf boards?
Yeah. Don't they have those out there?
I don't know. They might now. I haven't been there in a while. I think they had those out at Chehalem as well. Golf boards. Those seem like maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, I'm out. You ever see those people riding around on, like, the like the motorcycle
Yeah.
ones.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like a ATV style golf cart.
Yeah, I find that absurd.
Yeah.
Can I just?
Ooh, somebody says Ortner and Rust.
Why?
I don't know.
It's insane.
I could see it.
You think Ortner and Rust hang out outside of work?
No.
Let alone golf?
Well, I don't think any of us really hang outside of work.
No, but that's what we're talking about. A hangout that is over golf, right?
Yeah, but they've worked together on their show,
That's true.
middays and stuff.
Yeah.
Any whoosies. Enough of that exercise. We got a game 7 to talk about.
What?
Can't wait. Let's get into some headlines. We got the Ducks. Got a little recruiting news, and a game 7 is upon us. We'll get to that next on the Fan.
The Fan is live. 680 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. It's a little Friday program. I am seeing lightning out there. Am I seeing lightning out there? Is that lightning out there? It is definitely raining.
I don't know if it's lightning. I did see it pouring when I went out during the break, but
what a weird day.
Yeah.
It's raining.
It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
It's going drip, drip, drip.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
It can't decide what it wants to do today. Yeah, I think I saw a little lightning. Heard a little thunder driving in, too. So, kind of weird day. But we needed the rain. You know, that's good, right? Don't people say that?
people always say that when it rains.
Especially,
well, we need it.
Especially here.
It feels like the optimistic way of combating the person that's complaining about it raining. Because it usually, I feel like it always comes up after, oh man, it's raining. Well, we need it. It's like a conciliatory thing.
Yeah. Do you think we really need it?
I don't know.
Because I don't know that we do. We get plenty of it. At any rate, it's raining. It's raining today. It's supposed to maybe rain tomorrow too, which kind of stinks because it's the weekend. But what are you gonna do? So I want to talk about Sammy Sosa coming up.
Yeah,
that was weird and out of nowhere.
Yeah,
but
he wanted to come see the Mariners.
Yeah, Cal Raleigh hit 2 more home runs today. I don't know if you saw that. He now has 29 home runs.
Huge dumper.
So that's coming up. But first, the biggest headline is that we've got a Game 7 coming up in the NBA Finals, and that's great.
Yeah.
That's great for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait. Now, I've already been baited by someone on the fan text line who is claiming that we said Indiana was cooked. Rop and Suk said Indiana was cooked. No.
I don't think you did.
No, I did not. No, Suk did, because he thought that there was no way Halliburton was going to be able to perform.
If you believed Halliburton was cooked, then yeah, you probably believed the Blazers were cooked. And most people
You mean
thought...
the Pacers, not the Blazers.
Did I say the Blazers?
You
Yeah,
did.
the Pacers. The Pacers were cooked. But Halliburton, not cooked.
Not cooked. How does that happen?
I don't know.
How did he... Weird. That was weird.
Drugs?
Yeah, I got a shot or something.
Maybe.
But still, wasn't it like a...
soft tissue injury. It's a calf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Suk was betting on the fact that that's just not... There's nothing you can do about that, and he was going to be hobbled, and it was going to be bad. But, to their credit, they did cut the lead to 2 in Game 5 with him hobbled like that, and they were back at home. And oftentimes, this is it's a blanket statement, but in the NBA especially, the team that needs it more, is oftentimes the aggressor and typically the team to bet on. I mean,
Plays like it.
Yeah, exactly. And they played like it last night. And
more urgency they had to.
Well, they're good anyway. And by the way, Oklahoma City, I thought last night showed some of their youth. That team, that was a weird game. They were flat-footed the whole game, Oklahoma City.
For as good as they are, I don't trust them at all.
No, you shouldn't. And that's where I said, and this is why this texter is pissing me off. Because I think we all said on this show that this is not going to be a coronation of Oklahoma City. We are sleeping, people in general are sleeping on Indiana. They're tough. This is going to be a series. I could not believe at the start of the series that Oklahoma City was that big of a favorite, considering they had never won anything, and they're one of the youngest teams ever in the finals.
And they're playing a 4 seed, which never gets through and never wins those finals.
I get it. They're good, but it's one thing to be like the Warriors after a couple of different championships and Steph win an MVP, or the Lakers after, or, like the old, like LeBron, whoever LeBron's playing for after a couple of MVPs, to be that big of a favorite. But boy, you gotta, I don't know. I thought last night was a great example of a team that is probably the better team. I mean, it's not probably. They are. Oklahoma City's best is better than Indiana's best. But Indiana is scrappy as hell, and their backs were against the wall. They were at home playing for their life, and Oklahoma City had no clue how to handle that. I mean, they were up 10-2, instantly down 9, and the game was kind of over. They looked terrible. And credit Indiana for that, but I still think a more seasoned team that has been in this spot, that knows how to close out series, I think handles that much better, and that's probably more of a game. Dude, they were down 30 in this game.
Well, and that's as this series goes on, too, I just get more and more respect for what Carlisle's doing, because Daigneault is like a coach of the year himself, but I feel like Carlisle is coaching circles around him. If the Pacers get you up by a big deficit, or they get you down by a big deficit, you're not coming back. If they're down by a big deficit, they've proven over and over they can do that.
Yeah.
And that even though that's not part of the plan, they find ways to rally, and then when they have those leads, they generally hold off.
Yeah, it's this is going to be good because I think that again, the conventional wisdom is going to prevail where a lot of people are going to think that Oklahoma City is going to win by double digits. We just saw them do that against Denver in their game 7. They rallied from a game 6, I think game 6 loss, and then they just absolutely destroyed Denver. I think a lot of folks may think that's the way this is going to go. But dude, first of all, let's talk about the pucker factor. When you get down to one game and you've got the underdog with nothing to lose, riding high from the momentum of just being up 30, absolutely house money. They're going to be more loose.
Yep.
Second, you've got, again, this is a very young basketball team. And boy, I don't know if they just got cocky that they had an extra game. They were playing like they knew they had a game 7. Stephen A. even said that. I'll give him
Or they
credit.
just don't know how to do sometimes teams, when they are so talented and are able to coast through most of the season, end up not really having that killer instinct thing because they haven't had to use it very often. And I don't know if the Pacers have just needed that more than them, and they haven't figured out how to play with urgency yet.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to think of a spot in this series. Well,
Game 5 was pretty big.
They did have urgency.
Yeah.
But, point being, you get into a one-off scenario, a one-game scenario, weird stuff can happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I start with like I said, the pucker factor. You got one of the youngest teams in the finals in Oklahoma City that does not know how to close out a championship. And then you got, the other thing that happens, and this has been happening throughout this entire series, it kind of feels like whoever has the better bench play wins the game.
Yep.
And in these one-off games, you just never know. The stars will show up. Okay, I don't think SGA and Jalen Williams play that way in Game 7. But what I think is interesting is somebody can get hot and wreck a game.
Yeah.
They've done it the whole series. You just don't know who it's going to be, and it will be somebody from one of these benches.
Well, and it's funny because you were just saying that obviously the Thunder are the more talented team, but when it comes to
the better team
or the better team, but when it comes to like bench contributions, I would think people would call the Thunder the deeper team too because they have more frontline scoring options and whatnot. But you get into the benches. Give me Indiana. Like, I like what they're bringing off the bench a lot more than I like what Oklahoma City's bringing off the bench.
Well, Danny was talking about this. He probably said it on his show, too, but off the air we were talking about this very thing because we were talking about, hey, how cool is it to have a Sunday night Game 7? This is great. And he was talking about how, was it, I think, Shane Battier from one of those old the Miami team that came off the bench and hit 6 threes in a game out of nowhere? Like, you just... There's variance now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like over a 7-game series, it feels long. It feels like the better team should win. And if Oklahoma City didn't blow the first game of the series,
and that was atrocious,
they would have won.
Yeah.
So again, that's not closing out. Some of that is youth and inexperience. And so here Indiana is, and the more you give them life, the more something weird happens. Where if all of a sudden Obi Toppin makes everying.
Well, that's the thing between McConnell, Toppin, and Mathurin. I love the juice they're bringing off the bench.
Yeah, it's and a lot of it is about the style that they get to play.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City's defense was crappy last night, and I just feel like I don't know. There's something in the back of my mind. There's something about that game last night that I feel like we should just toss out because I don't think the Thunder really had the urge.
Didn't show up.
No, they were flat the whole game, and Chet was terrible, and that could come back to bite them here in Game 7, as we're talking about. But I don't know that we can peel a lot from that game. I think you're going to get the best of both teams in Game 7, and that's where Oklahoma City's defense comes in. We didn't see it much last night, but that defense, when it locks down and starts getting turnovers, that's where they win. That's where they get on a 10-point, 15-point run, and before you know it, Indiana's down, 20 points. I hate to say this, If I had to bet, I'd probably think the Thunder get that rolling at home in Game 7. But I am not betting this. Danny was asking me, he's like, what are you betting on? I said, dude, I am not touching that.
I think I'm taking the Pacers and the points.
Yeah, I think that's the smart bet. I don't.
I can see OKC. I can see an OKC blowout victory. It's possible, but I think it's more likely that you either get a close victory from one of the two teams.
Well, and both teams will be tight.
Yep.
This is Game 7. This will not be like the other games. So, boy, I think it's going to be dynamite. I really do. I don't know.
I'm excited.
I think you're right that Indiana's probably the. I don't know who, like the smart play. You always hear that
8.5 points is
That's
a
a
lot
lot.
in a Game 7.
That's a lot, but hasn't that been the number on all these games?
It's been right around there. I also read today that it'll be the first time if Indiana pulls this off, it'll be the first team in 35 years since they started tracking it to win a 7-game finals and be an underdog in all of the games.
Oh wow!
They have not been favored in a single one.
Not one time. Not even at home.
Nope.
Yeah, they just get no respect.
I think at home it's gotten as low as like they've been 5-point dogs, but yeah.
Aren't they kind of still? I feel like even after last night, they're still not getting a lot of respect.
I don't know.
It's weird.
They've shown us enough times who they are. We should start believing them.
Yep. Well, we'll get to more NBA Finals talk coming up. It's going to be great. Sunday night, Game 7. We haven't had that many Game 7s recently in the NBA Finals. So that's coming up. Sammy Sosa is back. That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan. On the diamond today, the Mariners opened their 10-game road trip with a big win at Wrigley. They come from behind to beat the Cubs 9-4 the final. Cal Raleigh and Mitch Garver both with 2 home runs apiece. For Raleigh, it's his 29th and 30th of the season. That's the most ever for a catcher before the All-Star break, which isn't for another month. Also of note, former Cubs legend Sammy Sosa was in attendance for today's game. It was his first trip back to Wrigley in over 20 years. We'll talk about it coming up next. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championships, he's a 3-way tie atop the leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, Tommy Fleetwood, all 9 under par through 2 rounds. Here in Portland, it appears the new WNBA expansion team intends to call themselves the Portland Fire, as the organization has filed for trademarks that would indicate as much. And a big weekend ahead as the Thunder and Pacers will play a Game 7 to decide the NBA Finals on Sunday night at 5. OKC is favored at home by 8.5. Meanwhile, in Omaha, it's a 3-game series between Coastal Carolina and LSU to crown the champion in college baseball. Game 1 of that series Saturday at 4 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot.
1080 The Fan.
Coming up, we will discuss the Shohei Ohtani, Fernando Tatis, Padres v. Dodgers flap. And Buck has a what would it be? Like you're going to take a stand that I can get behind. I subscribe to your newsletter on this.
It's not that I think it's a need, but there's some shenanigans going on that should probably be reined in a little bit.
For show. So that's coming up. Cal Raleigh. Oh, also I want to talk about the Buck seems to think that the Portland WNBA team will be named the Portland Fire.
That's what I put together from internet today.
Yeah, internet is saying.
Yeah. It seems that the organization that has been known as the Portland WNBA team has filed for a trademark for Portland Fire.
Well, and they were the Portland Fire back when they were here in 2000.
Right.
2002. Short-lived. They were the Portland Fire. But boy, I don't like that name. We'll get to that later too.
Yeah, there's been some pushback already.
Yeah, and there should be. Like, come on. Anyway, as promised, Sammy Sosa talk.
Yeah.
How about him being back? Now, Cal Raleigh, wait, before we get to Sosa, Cal Raleigh hit 2 home runs today for my Mariners, numbers 28 and 29.
I thought it was 29 and 30. Is it 28 and 29?
No, I think he's at 29. Yeah.
Better update my update.
Yeah. And doing the math, he is on pace, and I did this with my calculator, so this is not, like I had help, okay? So you can trust these numbers.
So these are real. These aren't.
These are real.
Added in your head.
This is not fake news.
Nice.
Here, Cal Raleigh is on pace for this season 63.4 home runs.
How do you get a
crazy.
.4?
Well, because
no, I'm joking.
Oh.
I meant how do you get .4?
Oh, you knew that. They should give him a quarter of a home run.
So like a single.
Oh wait, it wouldn't be a quarter.
So just 63 home runs in a single.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Anyway, 63. If he hit 63 home runs, he would pass Aaron Judge for the most in the non-steroid era. Because after that, it's all steroid bros. It's Sosa, McGuire, and Bonds. Those are the only three. Single season. So he would pass. If he gets to 63, I want you to think about Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, passing Aaron Judge, Roger Maris, and Babe Ruth on the single season home run list.
I mean, we kicked this around a little bit the other day, but I think that the common belief between the three of us is that there's got to be a slowdown coming at some point in time, especially with him being a catcher when you get into the dog days post All-Star break and whatnot. But dude just keeps going, and until he slows down, I guess we better start buying the hype a little bit.
Amazing. Because didn't he hit 2 the other night too?
Yep.
He just keeps hitting 2. I feel like teams are, unlike Judge or Bonds, when they're hot and having seasons like that, I feel like teams will still pitch to a guy like Cal Raleigh because they're just
absolutely
they're in denial. They're like, nah, we can get him out.
I've felt that way about Salvi Perez. I'm like, dude, how does that dude have 45 home runs? Because you go up there and you see him free swinging, and you're like, I can get this guy out.
Yes, exactly. And so he gets more to hit than those other guys. Anyway, Sammy Sosa was back today at Wrigley Field for the Mariners game.
And I knew that after his career, he kind of not disappeared, but he wasn't a very public former pro.
I thought the Cubs shunned him.
Did they?
I mean, I don't know. He hadn't been there in 20 years.
I know, but I feel like some guys just kind of like to fade into the background. And but the weird thing is the only thing we saw of him over those 20 years was that weird, like, all of a sudden his skin is way lighter than it was before photograph.
Which it didn't look that bad today.
No, it didn't. I think ended up them releasing some sort of statement that he had some sort of condition because there was enough clamor on the internet of like, is something wrong? Is he sick? What's going on here? But that's the only thing we've heard about Sammy Sosa in 20 years.
I know. And he's a pretty outgoing guy.
Like, yeah, he was a bubbly character.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, I don't know if you remember, are you old enough to remember Sammy Sosa's entire career? Because you're a little younger than me.
No, well,
I
wouldn't say so because I think I was in elementary school when I was in like 4th grade, the year of their home run chase with McGuire and Sosa.
Okay, so yeah, you don't remember the White Sox years where he was terrible?
I do not remember him as a White Sox.
Yeah, Sammy Sosa sucked for the White Sox, and I think he started with the Rangers. and then he went to Chicago and played with the White Sox, and he was not any good. And I mean, dude, he popped at the age of mid to 26, 27. And he became one of the most prolific hitters in baseball, and he was a lot of fun to watch. I don't know where he goes down in history, but he has to get the award for the biggest career turnaround. Because I'm telling you, I don't know how many of you guys remember Sosa. Early Sosa, he was terrible. Reliably terrible. And then all of a sudden he's hitting 65 home runs a year. I don't know who else. I can't think of any of the other steroid guys even that, like, because Bonds was already an MVP.
Right.
McGuire was always a slugger. Palmeiro was really good. Pudge was good. All these guys were good. And then just better on the sauce. Sosa was bad and then became really good. And then he also had the corked bat too.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much help he had. But he was fun to watch. Anyway, he came, for some reason they brought him back today. I think they're inducting him into the Cubs Hall of Fame. So he was out there for because the Cubs played the Mariners. And he was there, and they they're giving him his to-do. And he said, I saw his interview, and he said, I made a lot of mistakes, and I wish I hadn't, but here I am. And I got to ask the question, was that a mistake?
Of him saying that?
No, I mean, he didn't make any mistake. I just wish
corking your bat's making a mistake.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Taking steroids
so
is a mistake. So is that what he's referring to?
Yeah, well, of course that's what he's referring to. I just wish somebody, because like that made him who he is.
So you're saying the statement isn't necessarily true?
It's not true at all.
Because
it wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, saying I wish I hadn't made those mistakes, then you wouldn't be standing here.
Exactly.
So,
dude, of all the guys,
your mistakes might have gotten you here, brother.
That was a great. If you call it a mistake, you just define it how you like.
Yeah.
That was the best mistake you ever made.
Yeah.
Because, and a lot of those guys, I think back at the time, especially when some of the stuff wasn't illegal, they're like, well, why wouldn't I take this stuff?
Dude, freaking Big Poppy, like he's a teddy bear, and people just don't care. He's a steroid guy.
I know.
He doesn't get treated like anybody else. He's like, this is great.
Yeah, the brunt of it falls on Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like a little Clemens too.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, because Clemens still hasn't gotten in, right? And he's one of those people that every year comes up as like he's the obvious pitcher that should be in, just like Bonds is the obvious hitter that should be in.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the Hall of Fame. You're right. Clemens and Bonds had the same thing where they were both kind of a-holes about it, so that didn't help them. Sosa really wasn't. McGuire's just being quiet. Like, he just shut up and went away.
Yeah.
But I just want one of these guys to come out and go, you know what, look, you call it what you will. I don't regret a damn thing because I was hitting 65 home runs a year and getting big-time money.
It worked for me. Do you
chicks.
remember all that mania?
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
And by the way, you loved that.
Yeah, it brought the game back. You're welcome.
That's right. That's right. Sosa McGuire home run chase was captivating.
It was electric.
Absolutely electric.
I had CYO basketball tryouts that night. I was so mad that I had to miss the game. The night that McGuire broke it.
McGuire hit the home run.
They hit the one
he
down
hit
the line.
the line drive.
Yeah.
God. Anyway. Sosa's back. But the Mariners rained on his parade. Cal Raleigh, the new Sammy
Dumped
Sosa.
on his parade.
That's right. All right. I want to get to this Tatis Ohtani thing we got cooking. I love the Padres-Dodgers hating each other. It's great.
They got a lot more games left this season.
And why would the Portland WNBA team be named the Fire? We'll get to that coming up as well on The Fan.
Yeah. And
I also wanted to mention too, forgot, but I'll toss it in here before we move on. That do you ever send the proof of life text to somebody you haven't seen in a while or talked to in a while?
Define the situation.
Well, like you just haven't you've lost touch. Maybe they've moved to a different city, like I don't know, Chicago, and you haven't talked to them, and somehow you think about them, and then you just send them a text and say, "Hey, thinking about you. I don't know if he's dead or alive or what he's doing, or maybe moved to a different city." And so I was just texting, and I'm talking about the great Joe Donlin of the former KGW news anchor here, friend of the program. He moved to Chicago several years ago. We had him on for his last, rattling some ice with Joe Donlin, his last show and everything. And I've just lost touch with Joe, and I texted him today, and he said he was there for the Sammy Sosa Cal Raleigh extravaganza today at Wrigley Field.
How about that?
So he is alive. Joe Donlin lives. He says he's enjoying the Windy City. Apparently, Colin Cowherd lives in Chicago now. Did you know that?
I think that's recent. He just left Las Vegas.
I bet you Joe's the one. Oh, I thought he was in L.A.
I thought he was in Vegas. Was he in L.A.?
No, he was in L.A. I don't know.
Right.
But Joe and Colin are buddies. So I wonder if Joe got him to move to the Windy City. At any rate, the proof of life, Joe Donlin.
Yeah, it's
living.
I guess it's not really the proof of life text as much as it isn't like, I'll do I haven't thought about this person in a while, but something triggers a reason to, and I'll do that. Yeah, and I'll text somebody. Like I have, but it probably only applies to 6 or 7 people that I would do that with. It wouldn't just be a total random, I don't think.
Okay. Well, if you're wondering how he's doing great.
Awesome.
Now, the Shohei Ohtani, Fernando Tatis, Dodgers v. Padres fighting is great. I don't know if you've watched much of the Dodgers-Padres series, but
saw all that last night.
Dude, anytime, I mean, the Yankees and Red Sox used to have this. I don't know that they do anymore. Maybe they do.
I don't think they do.
People out east, but they don't for me. The Dodgers-Padres rivalry, that is good stuff.
They really don't like each other.
They hate each other. They're both good, and they have been plunking each other this entire series.
There was some bad blood like that with the Dodgers and Giants back in the Bumgarner-Puig days. Like, they really got after each other, and now it's shifted, and it's not the Giants, it's the Padres.
Yeah, and I think it's just kind of the Machado, Tatis,
that bravado
flair.
Yep.
Pissed the Dodgers off.
Yep.
And now the Dodgers winning championship pisses the Padres off. And with Shohei, so they're plunking each other right and left. Like Tatis has been hit. Well, now he might be out of the lineup because they hit him in the wrist last night, and Manny Machado came out today and said they better hope Tatis isn't going to miss any time.
Light a prayer candle.
Yeah, that's what he said. Light a prayer candle. And then and
by the way, or what? Better hope or what? Because if he's not, what are you going to do, Manny?
Know. Well, this leads us down the road you wanted to go down, which is the benches emptied last night. The dugouts emptied.
Yeah.
Mike Schilt, the manager of the Padres, who just looks like an ass, was being extra a-hole-y. He was pissed off that they hit Tatis. Well, then the Padres guy beans Shohei
on a 3-0 count.
Yeah, like right
message
in the shoulder.
sent.
Yeah, and they've been doing it the whole series.
Sure.
I mean, you knew it's all intentional. We know how baseball works. But then Schilt has to come out and act all tough. Well, then all of a sudden, here come the bullpens. And that's where you come in, where I am going to subscribe to your newsletter.
It is so dumb when we watch every single man out beyond the outfield wall sprint with his catcher's shin guards and his little cutoff ragtop pullover, going out there as if he's entering a Royal Rumble, only to stand around and make conversation with the other bullpen catcher who also played D2 in the Dakotas. I don't know. It just feels like none of those guys ever do anything, and they're the quickest to come screaming out of there, and it's just stupid.
It really is stupid, and it should be stopped.
What are we doing?
Well, dugouts I'm okay with. Because
and even that's a little bit silly. I think what the NBA did was saying, listen, you're not on the court, you don't go out there, otherwise you're getting kicked out and suspended. The only issue with that is if something like this happens on a baseball field, then it's 9-on-1.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's
so you kind of need the help of your dugout.
So dugout I'm okay with because and I would say this about baseball fights, they're largely just,
There's not a lot. It's
show.
not a hockey fight.
But every once in a while, two guys go at it.
Bryce Harper, Hunter Strickland.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you would need that broken up by opposing.
Yes.
Because that's really all. Yeah.
So maybe you make it if you're in the starting lineup, and that's it.
Only starters?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
the people that are out in the field and then you get reinforcements for your guy who's at the plate.
I have no problem with the dugouts emptying because generally they're all just out there to kind of hold each other back, right?
And it's probably good to get your base coaches out there. I mean, for the hitting team to have them already out there to break things up. You want to be able to get coaches on the field too.
Oh, they're all old men.
Well, that's true.
With helmets.
Yeah.
But the bullpen, you're right. It's really absurd. It's just silly to think of like somebody charging. How far would you say it is from the bullpen down to?
Well,
how far is?
So you take away. I mean, most of them they're talking like 340 feet from home plate is where they're set up. So that's a 250-yard run.
Yes.
Or 250-foot run.
250-foot run. Think about that. Think about running. Okay, let's just use a football field. You see a 100-yard football field. Think about running from starting at the 10-yard line and being so pissed you're going to sprint and kick somebody's
To
ass
stand
on
there.
the other goal line. Yeah, on the other goal line.
Because that's the thing. They get there, they don't do anything.
And then you're all out of breath.
Yeah, but I postured, so look out.
It's so dumb.
Yeah.
So absurd. I'm with you on that. Bullpens, just stay out there. What are you going to do? Anyway, I don't know when the Dodgers and Padres play again.
I think not until August, but then they have a big stretch of games.
Yeah, they have a bunch later in the year. And Ohtani was great. I don't know if you saw him, but
he calmed things down.
Dude, he is such a stud.
He's a pro.
He is. If you didn't see it, and Tatis really wasn't all fired up about it either. He
was mostly, yeah.
It was really Mike Schild who was pissed off. The Padres manager was the most pissed off guy. But the Dodgers, when Ohtani got hit, that could have easily been, depending on because you always hit the star of the other team. It's this unwritten thing. And I don't know how many stars, like you mentioned Bryce Harper, I don't think he takes that well. I think guys are conditioned to just, especially in American baseball, just be conditioned to charge the mound or have to feel like they have to do something. Dude, Shohei Ohtani walked it off. He went over to the Padres dugout and talked.
He kind of waved him off, we're
yeah,
good.
He waved off
this
his
is,
own
this is
team.
fine.
He said,
Yeah.
stay in the dugout, walked over to the Padres dugout, said a few words with them, and then shook Luis Arraez's hand at first base. You want to talk about classy. Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. And it stinks that he is
True story.
somebody who catches the brunt of that because he's the last one doing any of that stuff.
Yeah, even the Padres didn't want to hit Ohtani. They're probably
But
like,
they did.
oh, God, we got to hit Ohtani.
And then if you had seen some Dodgers really fly off the handle, that would have been warranted because he's not.
No, they were pissed. You can see in the dugout. They were pissed.
Yeah.
Who would you hit if you were the Padres? Who do you think would be? Who's the powder keg on the Dodgers? I don't even know.
Ooh, maybe Kike. Is Kike Hernandez? Would he?
Yeah, he seems all high tea.
He's always just kind of. Maybe a Teoscar. Would he get wild?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Old veteran, wily veteran, KG.
So get a
Freeman. It's not Freeman.
It's not Freeman.
It's not
I don't think
Mookie.
it's not Muncy.
It's not Muncy. It's not Mookie. It's. Wait, are we finding out that we like the Dodgers?
Andy Paez.
Oh, Paez. Yeah.
It's not going to be Tommy Edman.
Yeah, but you don't hit Tommy Edman.
I know.
Anyway, good little rivalry. Keep an eye on that. And I meant to look up the standings. I think did the Dodgers just sweep them? They played
the
four.
Padres won last night's game, didn't they?
Okay, so they
won.
won.
It was 5-3 last night.
Yeah, the Dodgers won 3 of 4.
So right now, Dodgers 46-30. They got a 3.5 game on the Giants in the West, and they have the best record in the NL.
And all their pitchers are hurt.
And the Padres only 5 games back of the Dodgers. They're 40-34.
All right, keep an eye on that. Portland Fire, but why? We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the Mariners open up their 10-game road trip with a big win at Wrigley this afternoon. They come from behind to beat the Cubs 9-4 the final. Cal Raleigh with a pair of homers. He now has 29 on the year, which is the most ever for a catcher before the All-Star break. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championship on the PGA Tour. There's a three-way tie atop the leaderboard at 9 under between Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood. Here in Portland, we'll talk about this coming up next. It would appear that the new WNBA expansion team intends to call themselves the Portland Fire, as the organization has filed for trademarks that would indicate they'll be using that name. A big weekend ahead on the sports agenda as the Thunder and Pacers will play at Game 7 on Sunday night to decide the NBA Finals. That one tips off at 5 o'clock Sunday. OKC favored at home by 8.5. Meanwhile, in Omaha, a 3-game series to crown the college baseball champion between Coastal Carolina and LSU. Game 1 of that 3-game set gets started on Saturday at 4 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. Regional and national sports.
Oh, my goodness!
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Nice to have you along. It's a Friday program. We're rocking you hard. Big Sook is out. We were hoping he had hand, foot, mouth, but turns out he's just going to Bend to be with his family and noted fan personality Joe Fisher.
The Great.
Apparently they're playing golf together.
Rocking you on a Friday. Why did I say that?
But he said the weather's supposed to be bad over there, too.
Yeah, 50 and rain. Sounds lovely.
Yeah, he ain't playing.
They're drinking. You know they're drinking.
Well, drinking, yeah. But, dude, I'll play in the rain. I don't mind. I mean, it's not my first choice.
I kind of mind. I'd rather not.
Yeah, I mean, who would rather? Of course. But I'll do it. Sook, no chance. There is no way that dude's teeing it up if it's going to rain. And if he's out there and it starts raining, I could see him just hoofing it right off the course.
It goes drip, drip, drip.
Straight to the 19th hole.
Which is never a bad play.
No, love the 19th hole. So, yeah, this WNBA team name thing. Sounds like it's going to be the Portland Fire. So Portland got a WNBA team. It's exciting. Everyone at the sports bra is going crazy. But why would you name it the Fire? Just because it was named the Fire the last time?
Yeah, for history.
Well, there's no history. They were here for 2 years. Like, what is that?
Well, but isn't that the... Okay, so for the short and unimportant history, but yeah, that's why you would do it.
That's such a mail-in. You know, like, it makes no sense. And by the way, I was just Googling to get caught up on the story, because I guess there's, and we don't, to be fair, we don't know that it's going to be the Fire, but
people are just reading the tea leaves.
Yeah, because they filed a trademark request.
And you could do that even if you're not going to go in that direction. I think there have been teams that have filed 5 before. They settled on 1, so there could be other things that are in the works, but it seems like this may be the one.
Or it may be the kind of situation, because teams do this, they'll float it out there.
Soft launch.
See what the people are saying. And if they get a bunch of blowback, they'll pivot.
Like now?
Like right now, yes. Like, does anybody like the Fire? Because Bill Oram of Oregon Live was pointing out, why the hell would you name it the Fire when, like, fire is our number one enemy here?
That was the first thing I saw after the whole connect the dots here, the trademarks.
Wildfires, dude.
Bill's article headline, Portland's WNBA owners had one job. Don't name the team after the disaster destroying our state. And here we are.
Okay, so there's that angle, but what is the positive angle for the Fire? Like, what that make, you know?
No, I don't know.
There's no tie-in to Fire.
on fire emojis.
The other thing is Portland, you have this with the Thorns, the Blazers, the Timbers, the Hops, and to some extent the Pickles. Pretty much every team that is here, not the Winterhawks, I guess, but it's a Portland themed team name.
Yeah, it's like specific to the region of the city.
And I know some cities don't do it that way, but Portland, it kind of feels like our bit. That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
So why not name the team? See, to me, it would be very simple. Name them the Roses.
That would be fine.
Rose City, Portland Roses, or the Rosebuds. I mean, you don't have to get cute. That's it. Super simple.
Is that too much overlap with Thorns?
Why?
Because Thorns are on Roses?
Yeah, but why do you care what... I mean, like...
I don't know.
Don't you want some synergy
unless you want something more unique to yourself.
Unless they didn't want you. Like, if you had a legal battle, maybe that's...
Yeah, I don't know.
But wait.
But it also just... Fire... The bigger thing for me is that Fire just feels uninventive and non-specific to where we are here, and like...
It's a mail-in.
Lazy?
Yes. They're mailing it in. What are they doing over there? Come on, should have called us. I mean, I don't care that much, but I care enough to talk about it on the show. And Bill Orum's right.
Now I want to... I mean, the Roses or the Rosebuds is fine.
What would you name it?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to rack my brain for now, is I feel like we could do better.
Well, of course we could do
and
better.
maybe we will.
But yet you don't have a suggestion.
No, I don't.
What if they let the fans name the team?
Sure. Why not? I mean, they were kind of trying that with the Utah Hockey Club. They floated a bunch out there.
What did they end up with?
They had people vote, and then I think they settled on Yeti, and Yeti coolers got in the way, and then they went to Mammoth. They're going to be the Utah Mammoth.
I don't like that.
I don't think it's great.
Do you like that?
No.
Of course, people pointing out Blaze, Fire, Blazers, Fire.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. But I think of Blazers as the... When you think of the Blazers, what do you think that nickname... I think of a jacket.
Oh, that's not what I think. I mean...
What do you think of?
I do think of trailblazers, so I think of somebody, blazing a... I think of like a trail through the woods. I don't... That's what I think
Which is what they're named
for.
But not blaze
you just
of a
think
fire.
the jackets right away.
Yeah, I think of jacket.
Interesting.
Yeah, like a green jacket. Anyway.
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives a
Anyway, I think they screwed that up, if that's what they're doing. But again, we'll give them time to pull their head out. All right, let's get back to Game 7. Pacers, Thunder, Sunday night. Cannot wait. It's going to be great. Don't know who I'm not going to bet on it. I'm rooting for Indiana. I have a gut feeling that Oklahoma City could pull away. But again, variance of a Game 7, you just never know. It's a one-off. Strange things happen. And as we'll get to next, and there was a vignette we played during one of our breaks, one of those betting angle things that pointed this out. In Game 7s, they are not like the other games of the series because the pucker factor is so high, nobody scores. And we will get to that next on The Fan.
It's back. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson and Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. The afternoon round is sold out, and the morning round is filling up fast. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by the Portland Indoor Golf Club, Great Notion Brewing, and Angels Envy Bourbon. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Right now, you ride through downtown Portland, not too bad, but if you're heading to downtown, it's tough on Highway 26 eastbound all the way out of West Slope. 84 pretty tough in both directions between I-5 and 205. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated
of the Game 7s that we've had in the NBA Finals. Now, we haven't actually had that many Game 7s.
It doesn't seem like we usually get there.
If you go from 1970 to now, this is only the 10th.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the 11th. My bad. So, most recently, Game 7 was Cavs Warriors, your Warriors.
I remember it too well.
In 2016, and that was the one where...
that was LeBron blocks Iguodala on one end, and then Kyrie Irving hits the big dagger at the end. That was the 3-1 series lead blown.
Yeah, so the Warriors were up 3-1 on LeBron and the Cavs.
It was back at home at Oracle.
And they lost.
Yep.
So they would have won, had they closed that series out, they would have won 4?
Well, yeah, but they also, that was before they got Durant, so...
And Durant, they won 1.
They won 2 with Durant, and then won 1 after Durant. So they won...
Wait,
so
hold on. How many championships have the Warriors won?
4.
Yes. Okay, so this would have been their 5th.
Yeah, yes, but it would have been the second in this order, and if they win that one, maybe they don't go get Durant.
Ah.
See what I mean?
Yeah, so thankfully they blew the lead.
Won 73 games and then didn't win the championship.
Anyway, the final score, 93-89.
Mm-hmm.
Warriors, mighty Warriors, 89 points. 2013, Heat Spurs, 95-88.
Smelling an undertrend.
2010, Lakers Celtics, and I remember that one, 83-79 was the final score.
Man.
2005, Spurs Pistons, Spurs 81, Pistons 74. 1994, Rockets Knicks. Rockets 90, Knicks 84. You see what I'm getting at here?
I see what you're getting at here.
Pucker factor 10. Teams are tight. The games don't play like they did similar to the games of the prior to the series.
Everyone plays defense on every possession, every player on the floor.
Yep, it is leave it all out there and shots, you get a lot of bricks. And I think that's what you're going to get with the Pacers Thunder. Now that probably favors the Thunder, if we're being honest, because the Pacers like to push.
The one thing that also scares me about the Thunder is that they just don't shoot the three-pointer that well or with that high volume, and I feel like the Pacers have more guys out there that can hit a three on you, and if you need a big bucket down the stretch, it feels like they only ever come back in twos or in free throws, the Thunder.
Yeah. Well, can't wait. I'll have my popcorn.
Will you? Are you a popcorn guy?
No. Although, daughter-in-law?
Yeah.
Frito-Lay.
Mm-hmm.
And she absolutely inundates us with cheddar.
What is it, the Smart Pop? Or
not Smart Pop. It's the cheddar.
Like white cheddar?
White cheddar popcorn.
Yeah.
Because my wife loves it.
Uh-huh.
So you cannot open a cabinet in our house without bags of that falling onto your head.
Okay.
Thanks to her. And they are delicious.
Sounds like we could use some in the stewed.
Well, I brought some in. I actually did.
How about
There's 3 bags back there if you'd like.
Well, my goodness.
But never eat popcorn when you're doing radio. You know this. As a
yeah.
radio professional.
I don't like eating popcorn, period. I hate.
You don't like popcorn?
I love the taste. I love the crunch. The way that those little stupid kernel things get stuck on the back of your throat or on the back of your tongue, I cannot handle. I just can't do it.
Yeah. It's no fun. Anyway, why were we talking about that? Oh, yes.
Get your popcorn ready.
Oklahoma City favored by 8.
Big
Are
number.
you gonna bet on the Pacers? I think you are.
It'll be Pacers or nobody, but honestly, it's probably gonna be the under.
Oh, you can take the under
after what you just read off.
I know, a lot of low scoring games, but that some people would view that as value for the over because that's built into the line.
Let's see what the number is.
Well, the guy on the betting vignette earlier said it was 15 points lower than Game 1.
For that 215 is your total.
Yeah, and they're normally 230.
And every game you read was played in the 90s or lower. You didn't rate a single game played in triple digits.
Yeah, but at the same time, different time, different era. Pacers, a little faster paced team.
The league is now far more 3-point heavy.
Yeah.
And the Pacers, as we know, love their pace. So I still think an under is a nice play.
Life comes at you fast. So I was thinking about this today. Rewind to just February. Okay, let's go start of February. What were you doing? What were you doing on February 1st?
Well,
Go.
I was turning 40. I mean, February 3rd, but I remember that.
Ah.
Yeah, because it was would have been right around the Super Bowl, and yeah, I mean that's what we were doing, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. I can't even remember what I did yesterday.
I was getting fitted for golf clubs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
Cobra.
Really?
Yeah.
Hit him the best.
Hit him the best.
Anyway, the reason I bring that up is like if you go all the way back to February, thinking about the NBA, the Mavs traded Luka out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
That was in February. I think it was on your birthday.
It was my birthday weekend. That's right.
The Mavs have since landed Cooper Flag, which I want to talk about later.
Yeah,
the Celtics were going to win it all, and now it's the stupid Pacers on the brink.
That might be the Celtics, the way they just vanished. Like, they were awesome, and they seemed unstoppable. Then all of a sudden, whoa, their 3-point variance really caught up with them. And then Jason Tatum's Achilles snaps, and like, I feel like I haven't even thought about the Celtics for a month.
Dude, I forgot about that. Tatum snapped his Achilles.
Remember?
Well,
There's been zero discussion. I mean, I know there's other basketball going on, but
we've moved on.
He has been forgotten.
Wow.
The Celtics are the ball.
Again, it happened so fast. And the Lakers have sold all since February.
Yeah.
So the Lakers got Luka and have sold. The Celtics have hit the skids, and the Pacers are on the brink of a championship. And, oh, by the way, Cooper Flag's going to freaking Dallas.
And Greg Popovich retired.
And Pop's out. All since February. It's crazy, man. By the way, on the Cooper Flag front, there are two very important dates next week. One is Tuesday is the Fan Golf Classic.
That's right.
And we will not be golfing at the Fan Golf Classic, but we will be at the Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms.
I got to figure out a way to weasel my way in there.
Wait, you're not coming out?
I think I'm supposed to be here on the desk doing like a best of or something.
Oh,
I don't think we're
no.
doing national programming. I wish we were.
Oh. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. But then Wednesday is the draft. And it still blows me away that freaking Dallas is getting Cooper Flag.
Mm-hmm. What do they have? Was it 1.8 or 0.8% chance of winning that pick? It was not good. It was high.
I think it was 1.8.
Yeah.
But they will now. So the Mavs will have drafted. And again, I'm not calling this all luck. But they will have gotten Dirk, Luka, and Flag.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that Flag falls into the Luka or certainly the Dirk category yet. But
Didn't they also draft Jalen Brunson?
He's got that hype.
I'm pretty sure he was a Maverick before he was a Knick. I think that they drafted him as well. I mean, he's a star.
Did they?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't remember that. Anyway, Dirk, Luka, and Flag would be picks. So they were so Dirk was picked 9th, Luka 3rd, and Flag is going to go number 1. Do you know the last 3 times the Blazers have had roughly those picks, who they have chosen?
Oh, God.
So I just want you to just put it in perspective. The Mavs, Dirk, Luka, Flag. Blazers, same picks, Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson, Greg Oden.
I'm going to go to that lake.
How do you feel about that? How does that make you feel?
Not great.
Blazer boy?
Not great. I would rather have the first 3 names that you read.
You think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jalen Brunson drafted by the Mavs in the 2nd round in 2011.
2nd round pick, huh?
First pick of the 2nd round, it appears.
So Sharp was like number 8, I think.
I think he was 7.
7 or 8. 3 was Scoot.
Yep.
Luka was 3.
Yep.
And then Greg Oden number 1. Flag number 1. Could add Durant.
You got a Sam Bowie too.
Yeah. Stupid Mavericks. I saw where they had Cooper Flag in for the big visit this week.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why they have to do that. I guess just to meet him. We all know.
I guess it's strange if you just show up and like, hey, you knew this all along. We knew this all along. But hi, nice to meet you. We're the Mavericks. You're Cooper. I guess you just want to get familiar, probably before the big night.
Will you be rooting against Cooper Flag?
I don't really have a reason to. But he does.
Or the Mavericks.
He does seem like. I don't know. I think he got a little better haircut, but he seemed like one of those punchable Duke guys for a while because of his floppy, sweaty hair.
Well, remember, he's going to be playing with AD. And
I know. Yeah. Street clothes.
Are they going to be good?
I don't know. Probably be better if they didn't dump Luka.
Well, then they wouldn't have gotten flagged, would they? Well, I guess it wouldn't. I guess
I don't know.
maybe they. God, that's true. They could have paired Luka
It's
with.
like it was such a low percentage. Could have just tanked the rest of the season and done this anyway.
It's insane.
All right, it's time for In the News. Coming up next, is a golf course a good place for hide and seek? Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the Mariners winners today as they open their 10-game road trip against the Cubs at Wrigley with a 9-4 win. Cal Raleigh going deep twice. He's got 29 homers on the year now. That's the most ever for a catcher before the All-Star break. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championship, a three-way tie atop the leaderboard at 9 under between Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood. Jason Day is a shot back at 8 under par. Rory McIlroy and Keegan Bradley just 3 shots off the lead at 6 under. A big weekend ahead on the sports agenda as the Thunder and Pacers will play a Game 7 to decide the NBA Finals on Sunday night at 5 o'clock. OKC, a 8-point home favorite in that one. And in Omaha, it's a 3-game set between Coastal Carolina and LSU to crown a college champion in baseball. Game 1 of that series Saturday at 4 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Well, Buckley was talking about insurance companies acting like jerks there. Well, they are jerks. They act like jerks because they are. And you know who takes them on? The Advocates. You need the Advocates if you've been injured in an accident. It's Ken and Donnie. They are committed to fighting the insurance companies. They have built a reputation for fighting the insurance companies tirelessly. As a matter of fact, I saw an insurance guy the other day, and I went, hey, you know about Ken and Donnie? You should have seen his eyes. They bugged out of his head. Boy! They don't even like to hear about Ken and Donnie of the Advocates. So, hey, the Advocates, if you've been injured, doesn't matter how small your accident, just call them because consultations are free. There's no risk in calling to see whether they can help you. And if they take your case, they don't get paid until you win. That's how they operate. So there's really no risk at all in seeing what Ken and Donnie can do for you. So if you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go see our friends, Ken and Donnie of the Advocates. Their website is advocateslaw.com.
Stone Creek Golf Club, named Oregon.
primetime moment when we had Jonathan Smith on and he could not pronounce his own quarterback's name. And then the awkward laugh.
Just laughing it off.
Yeah,
DJ.
I don't know either. DJ Ouya. That's great.
He has a semblance of what it's supposed to sound like, but just couldn't bring it home.
Anyway, I was just back in the back. They're eating up that white cheddar popcorn pretty fiercely. But also, folks, they're putting together the big swag bags for the Fan Golf Classic back there. Just wait.
Just wait. Look at them.
Wait till you see what you get in those bags.
I will say, the towels are pretty cool.
Are they?
I like the towels, yeah.
Yeah?
They came out nice.
Okay. Just wait. They're throwing all kinds of cool stuff in that bag. Hopefully you're playing. That's on Tuesday out at Langdon. Okay, it is June 20, 2025. Time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Nice to have you along. Thank you. Thank you very much. Big Sook is out today. He is in Bend. I don't know if the weather's as bad over in Bend as it is here, but we got some lightning out there. As a matter of fact, my roving reporters are telling me that people are being called off golf courses due to lightning.
Whoa, that's usually significant.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is American Eagle Day. Been seeing a lot more bald eagles around here lately, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I have too. I saw one over at the Reserve Golf Course. I also saw one on the coast recently.
It's a cool bird. And they're coming back. Soaring around. Also, International Surfing Day. Have you ever tried to surf?
I've never tried to surf. My wife used to, but I have not.
Don't try.
Fair enough.
And look, I say this lovingly. You and I's body type, kind of similar.
We have similar body types. I think I'm a little more rotund.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you're a Clydesdale, and I'm not small.
Okay.
It is impossible to get up on that board when you have body types like ours. And unless you're super flexible.
Or you started at a young age and have always done it or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't. I got up one time. I went surfing once. We took lessons in San Diego. The whole family. Fun for the whole family.
Yeah.
I got up.
Did anyone else like it?
Meat liked it. He was great. You know, the little kids. You know, you see them on the ski slopes, or they're just like low center of gravity and they just fly.
Depends on the kid though, because I feel like you go one of two directions. They lean in and they're all about it, or they're like, whoa, I don't know about this, and they never fully.
They start snow plowing.
Yeah, they're like, I'm gonna pizza slice my way down this thing.
I think you got to get them young. But yeah, it's very hard. And once I got up, I was up for maybe 2 seconds. That's probably generous. 1.5 seconds, back in the water, and it hurts. You know, the water. I mean, you know.
When you fell the one time.
Well, just the water. Well, you fall every time.
Well, I suppose so.
You're trying to get up every time you fall. One time you get on there, then you fall even harder because you're actually up higher.
Was that 2 seconds awesome though?
No. That's the other thing. You sit there and watch those surfers.
It's a lot of work for not a lot of payoff.
They don't do anything. I mean, unless you're really, really good. Most of them just flapping around out there talking.
Well, that's the thing. You paddle out, you sit, you wait.
Yes.
You kind of hope that you get the swell that you want.
It's a lot of waiting.
And then you get it, and then you got to paddle back out and kind of wait again. There's a lot of commitment for not a lot of action.
For sure. Same as fishing.
Sure.
A lot of waiting.
Some would even say soccer.
But at least it's constant motion.
You can just sit there and watch a 0-0 game.
Power rank those three things. Fishing's number one.
As far as like what you want to do?
Yeah, what you want to sit through? Fishing. Or watch surfers or watch the soccer game?
Surfers are definitely last. People who can surf and surf well, that's really cool. I don't care. It just I don't really want to do it. It's not wildly impressive like watching certain other sports. So that's definitely the bottom of the list. I guess it depends on the soccer game. That's my answer.
Doesn't surfing kind of depend on the waves?
Well, yeah.
You know, like, I mean, well, I just mean
Like the quality of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to. There's only a handful of places you can go to see really good waves, and therefore you will see really good surfers.
Well, but and even then, they have like, the annual Mavericks contests or whatever, and like they'll say the window opens on this day, and they'll have entire days go by, and they're like, not today. The waves aren't going to be good enough.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, if you like surfing, I'm sorry. You do you. Police have identified the suspect in the Eastmoreland golf course search from earlier today. I don't know if you saw this.
I did not see this.
Oh, yeah.
Fill me in.
Well, I would have been pissed if I was on the course because I would imagine they would evacuate the course.
Well, what happened?
He's a 42-year-old man. His name is Looney John Franklin Toon. His name is Looney Toon.
So this was a...
He's a Portlander.
Okay. I'm guessing this wasn't his birth name?
Well, his name's John Franklin. Maybe it was John Franklin Toon and he just added Looney.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Doing bits with his name. Tell you what, his mugshot is out there.
Does he look Looney Tunes?
He looks, yeah, well, he's got neck tattoos.
Oh.
And he looks like bloated Steve-O.
Would you say his name was Looney what? John Franklin?
His name is Looney John Franklin Toon. So what happened was, law enforcement, they have since called off the search for a suspect accused of firing shots at Milwaukee police officers and crashing a vehicle early this morning. The suspect had run into the Eastmoreland golf course. As a precaution, residents in the area were asked to stay indoors and call 911 if they see anything suspicious. Police did not ever locate the suspect. And if anyone has information about him or sees him, police said, do not approach him and call 911. He got away.
Wow.
See, I wouldn't think running into a golf course would be that good for you. Because one, there's a perimeter, and they set the perimeter. And two, there's not that many places to go.
And three, even
Or
if there
hide.
were, the grounds crew staff knows exactly where those places are. They could just, like, if there were really dense places to hunker down or something, wouldn't the people who tend the grounds there just say, okay, I would look here, here, and here? Like,
yeah.
You'd have spots.
Well,
like,
and you have golfers out there who would get eyes on you.
Oh, of course.
If you're trying to hide in a tree or something.
Unless they shut down the course and maybe that's what they thought would happen. I don't know.
Don't you think the best way to, if you're running from the popo,
mm-hmm.
don't you think the best thing to do is just run through neighborhoods and backyards? A lot of places to hide. Of course, you have eyes on you there too.
Well, that's the thing. Now we have all the Ring cameras and people's. I think people's yards are a lot more secure than they used to be. It's not like you can't just kind of go through gates and stuff, but you don't know who's got dogs and I think that can be kind of glamorized. I don't know what the answer is if you're on the run, like what you really do. I guess
the Scraggly Woods, like this the Washington murderer guy. They still haven't found him.
Yeah,
he's up there.
Up in the enchantments.
Well, anyway, 2:53 a.m. police responded to a call for assist from Milwaukee police who were traveling into Portland and chasing a suspect who allegedly fired shots at them. They noted his name was Looney Toon. He had crashed his vehicle near Southeast Tacoma and Southeast 26th Place in a construction area and then ran north into Eastmoreland Golf Course. Police set up the perimeter around the course. Because it's such a large area, we brought a tremendous number of resources in to try to set up a perimeter and try to contain the suspect, but they failed.
You're right about the whole the Steve-O doppelganger. I totally see it.
Yeah, he looks like Steve-O.
He totally does. Also, he misspelled Looney. Come on, man.
Looney.
He left off the E. It's Lony.
Well, he's still at large.
How long do you think will he be in custody when we do this segment at this time Monday?
Yes. Yes.
I think so.
I hope so. That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
A perp running around?
Yeah. And I mean, in that neighborhood too?
Yeah, Eastmoreland.
Nice place. It's like Home Alone over there.
Yeah. Somebody from Reed College will take him down. They're saying thunder and hail tonight, steady rain tomorrow, multiple rounds of downpours. It has been a weird day. It's rained a lot.
Yeah.
But then it's also been sunny some.
It's where I was. It started out super gray and misty, and then the rain came down, and then it got totally sunny, and my kids went and played outside, and then it started raining again, and now it's getting heavier, and there's more weather patterns coming in. I don't know what to do.
And yes, correcting me, a texter, as you're so good at, it was about 3 a.m., so therefore there was nobody on the golf course.
No, there you go.
Because I was thinking,
why didn't they evacuate?
Yeah, I was thinking,
well,
if you were playing golf, I'd be pissed off. It's like, I'm not going home. I paid money to play golf. I'll look for him for you. I'll take a 3-iron to him.
Look for him.
Well, I don't think anybody was out there golfing. So anyway, they're saying steady rain tomorrow morning and afternoon. Great. Although next week looks nice. There's your hot weather update.
Nice.
For you guys. Warning! Animal uprising news. Aggressive mountain goats.
Ooh.
We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan merch locker.
fee to the bottle bill deposit. That fee is now off the table as lawmakers express hesitancy to make changes to a successful program like the bottle bill. The new tax on products like Zen and Rogue would add 65 cents to each pack with 20 or fewer pouches. For packs with more than 20 pouches, a 3-cent fee will be applied per pouch. I can't even imagine that even nicotine pouch users would care about that.
Someone says taxing Zyn is essentially like taxing the firefighters. They all do it. And that's true. I think it's big in that industry. Like, you see a lot of blue-collar dudes doing the Zyns.
Here's No-Toll Tina. She says, I do think we should tax nicotine products, and we're talking about the types of new products that have nothing to do with smoking. They're about pouches in your mouth. That is a highly addictive substance, and I do think it should be taxed.
It seems like the easiest layup, probably. I mean, if you're going out there looking for something new to just tax and get money from, you probably get the least pushback on that.
Well, they're thinking it's $30 million. That's pretty good, man.
Seems pretty good.
Well, I was mentioning the animal uprising continues. Public land officials are urging visitors not to feed aggressive mountain goats along Oregon rivers. They're getting aggressive out there. Territorial goats of the Pacific Northwest. And they are asking adventure seekers to get off their lawn. The Bureau of Land Management has alerted the public that aggressive mountain goats haven't given a warm welcome to people riding their boats on the Grand Ronde River between Meadow Creek and Alder Creek. Recently, boaters have encountered 2 aggressive nannies in the area with their kids. Wildlife can be dangerous, especially when protecting their young, so please avoid camping in any location where mountain goats or other wildlife are present.
You say Bureau of Land Management, and I immediately get sidetracked into the White Lotus. Remember that guy, Gary?
BLM. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think the mountain goats get enough respect. In other words, there's going to be a problem here because if they're getting aggressive, people aren't going to respect the mountain goat enough.
Yeah,
and something bad's going to happen.
People see goat and they think petting zoo.
Exactly.
And it's just not. It's not always that way.
Yeah. BLM said visitors of the Wallowa Grand Ronde River, that corridor, they're likely to see animals like raptors, upland birds, river otters, and turkey. Mountain lions, bobcats, moose, and mountain goats are a more common sight for lucky observers. And while the Oregon Department of Wildlife has highlighted mountain goats as the state's rarest game mammal, that has not stopped boaters from coming into contact with them. They urge you not to feed them, stay at least 50 yards away, and keep your dogs leashed. And you don't leave your clothing unattended or urinate in the river or on the rocks within at least 50 yards from their trail. What should you do if a mountain goat approaches you? What would you do?
I do feel like depending on the species, there's always different things you're supposed to either
proper protocols here.
Stay still, you're supposed to make yourself big and make noise, you're supposed to run, you're not supposed to run. I would guess you don't want to challenge it because then it thinks that, like, it wants to butt. But I don't know that you want to turn your back on it either, so I'm not really sure what the answer is here. I guess I would try to make a bunch of noise.
Well, I have the answer for you.
Okay.
BLM encourages you to move away slowly, do not run. But I also think that you're onto something. Like, look, there's a difference between coming across a deadly animal and a mountain goat. Okay, not that a mountain goat couldn't kill you, because they probably could.
If it knocks you down and you hit your head the wrong way, I guess,
Yeah.
but like it's not going to maul you to
Maybe
death.
it butts you off a cliff or something. I don't know.
I guess, yeah.
But I've always thought that with animals that probably won't kill you, you just yell and wave and get pissed and
Be the bigger, more intimidating species.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I think so.
I mean, I don't know if that's right. That's what I've always thought.
Like, make yourself look large enough that that thing wants to think twice. And
Yeah, like Coyote, I'm coming at you, dude.
Yeah.
No, I'm totally bluffing. But they don't know that.
They might. Some of them smell fear.
Anyway, they say move away slowly instead of running. Otherwise, you should chase the animal off by yelling, waving their arms or clothing, and throwing rocks.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I could throw some stuff at it.
Yeah. They don't like that.
Nah.
Ladies and gentlemen, That's in the news, June 20, 2025, brought to you by The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Coming up next, oh man, we've got a lot for next hour. Who do you consider the luckiest franchise in sports? We have our first poaching lawsuit in college football, and the Ducks have landed the Mamba mentality. All coming up next hour. Oh, by the way, quick programming note: no Joey Harrington. He's at Bandon. Hopefully they're having better weather than we are.
It's rough when he's got those fundraisers out at Bandon.
It's tough life, that Joey. We'll be right back on The Fan.
Swag back with you from my friends at Forest Hills Golf Course out of Cornelius. It's the best golf value on the west side. All the work that Marcus and his crew have been doing over the last several months are now in pristine shape with the weather that we've had.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, the Mariners winners today in Game 1 of their 10-game road trip. They opened things up out at Wrigley. They win 9-4 behind a pair of home runs from Cal Raleigh, who now has 29 on the season. That's the most for a catcher before the All-Star break in baseball history. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championship, a three-way tie atop the leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood all 9 under par through 2 rounds. Jason Day is a shot back at 8 under par, while Rory McIlroy and Keegan Bradley are 3 shots off the lead at 6 under. Here in Portland, it appears that the new WNBA franchise intends to call themselves the Portland Fire, as the organization has filed for trademarks that would indicate as much. A big weekend ahead on the sports agenda as the Thunder and Pacers will play Game 7 to crown the NBA Finals champs. On Sunday night at 5 o'clock, OKC's favored at home by 8. Meanwhile, in Omaha, a 3-game set between Coastal Carolina and LSU to crown a champion in college baseball. Game 1 of that series on Saturday at 4 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and
and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. It's your Sports Bros, at least one half of your Sports Bros. I'm Rob. Big Suki is not over there.
I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important to me.
Ryan Buckley is here, everybody.
Put your big boy pants on. Rop is here.
No Joey Harrington today. He is out at Bandon Dunes, where I just checked the weather just because. Do you ever do this when other people are somewhere, you check the weather to see what they're going through?
Rarely.
Well, Bend, it's raining. But Bandon is getting less rain than we are.
So Bandon's okay-ish?
55 degrees.
Okay.
But it's raining in Bend on Souk.
And Joe.
And Joe.
And the BTJ.
Because they're getting the
presumably
remnants of what we're getting here. I saw where the Bandon summer solstice was recently.
Yep.
Was that the other day?
Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday?
No, like 2 days ago. I think they did it 2 days ago.
And that's where you play as many holes as you can in a day. Don't they try to get 4 courses in?
They try to play 72 holes. That's the tradition. And I guess they have a raffle for it. Dusty actually said one of his buddies did it 2 years in a row. And yeah, you play 4 of the 5 courses, and you start right around sunrise on the solstice or around the solstice. So I think they teed off at 5:20 a.m. on Wednesday, and we're obviously finishing up at sunset.
Okay, and so I assume that they get. Well, is it safe to assume that they get all 72 holes in, or is it a rush to get all? I mean, I don't know how it works.
I don't know.
I know there's a big long wait list for that. I don't know how much you got to. What do you got to pay? You know anything about the Bandon Solstice? Let's talk about it.
I don't. The only thing I know is that there's a raffle. That's what I learned that was new from Dusty's, that you can sign up to be part or to, I guess, have a chance to be part of Bandon Solstice. But I don't know anything beyond that.
Would you do that?
No. I was talking about that specifically with Dusty. I had one day out at Bandon where I played 18 holes, or played 36 holes, excuse me, and I don't wish to do that again. The fact that those courses are so hard and you're hoofing it with your own bag. I mean, I didn't have a caddy for either one of them, and yeah, no, thank you. I was beat up enough after 2 rounds. I don't need 4. I would like to play 4 over 4 days. I do not want to play 4 in one day. I barely want to play 2 in one day.
Well, I tell you what, I hear you. I love Bandon, and when I get to a place like that, or whether it be Pinehurst or somewhere where there's a bunch of courses, I get shaky leg where I just want to keep playing.
Sure.
I just want to play as much as possible.
And that I get, but it's unmistakable. I mean, every time I do these golf trips with my friends and it's multiple rounds a day, the only ones we really survive with good golf is when we have carts. And you obviously cannot do that out at Bandon.
Yeah, you have to
And
walk.
the course is so challenging that, I just can't imagine there's any good golf left, at least for me. You're a much better golfer than I am, handicap-wise and all that. And, you would still have plenty of good shots left in the tank after 2 rounds at Bandon. I am done after 2 rounds at Bandon.
Well, that's what I was going to say is, even though I get shaky leg and I want to just keep playing, I have in my older years, I have admitted that I think less is more on trips like that. And I'm all for 18. If I booked a Bandon trip tomorrow, I would only play 18 holes a day. But I would try to get that, like you said, 4 days, 3 or 4 days. I don't want to go just 2 days. I'd go 4 days, 18 a day. And then what I would do is see how we're feeling after the 18, maybe a par 3, maybe an emergency 9.
So that's I think the hot setup, because isn't the preserve 13 holes or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
So I think it's 18 holes a day, and then you mix in a combination of shorties, the par 3 course, the preserve, the 13-hole course, and some punch bowl at the end of Pacific Dunes, the putting course. But you don't need to book more than 18 holes a day there, as far as full rounds.
I mean, a lot of people do.
A lot of people do, and you can.
Yeah.
I don't think it's for most people.
And you save money, too, because they give you the replay rate is much cheaper.
Of course.
So you want bang for your buck, you play 36 and stay fewer nights. But I don't know, there's something about sitting around
Yes, and that's a
At
place where
Bandon?
you want to. Yeah, it's
Yes.
a place where you want to do it. Not every course is, but if you're a place like Bandon, or you're a place like Pebble, or you're a place that's like picturesque and has history, just hang out on the property.
It kind of doesn't even matter the weather. Hang out on the property. Get by a fire. Get the bros out. You know, maybe you got your putters. If the weather's nice, you go out and putt around. But get some drinks, some food. There's nothing better.
We had a buddy this year who came with our group of 8, and he basically got like $20 in singles for every guy there. So that and then everyone just Venmoed him $20, and we were constantly betting on the punch bowl course, the par 3 course, and just everyone had singles in their pocket to dance every time that anything could be bet on.
It's fantastic. Okay, so we've got a texter who said that they did the solstice last year, and it was awesome. He capitalized awesome. Best golf day I've ever had. Didn't care about the score. He said it cost him 1,675 geets.
God.
That's 4 rounds, though.
I know. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just I would rather space that out.
He said we played sub 3.5 hours for all rounds. Fastest round was trails. Never felt rushed other than between the rounds.
Okay.
And somebody saying last year they did it. It was first come, first serve reservations. Opened at 8 a.m., sold out in 2 minutes. 144 golfers. God.
Yeah, I saw one of their social media posts that they had 140 people going out for it this year. So
yeah, that's full field. And why they don't allow carts? Good question.
Well, some of the courses just aren't.
It's just
there's some really steep, gravelly.
Yeah.
Like you would have to build in quite a bit of infrastructure in some of those places to create cart paths. I think. I mean, there's decent walking paths, but
well, I think it's just the fact that it's the philosophy there is it's just they're links courses. Yeah. It's just you play you don't carts are like a taint on the idea of what golf is at Bandon.
A scourge.
You walk. It's a connection to the land.
It's enjoying where you are.
Exactly.
But also tiring yourself out carrying your own clubs and all the extra golf balls because you're going to lose a bunch.
Now, I think if you're hurt or something, I think maybe they'll give you a I'm hurt. I mean, like
I didn't even think they had carts.
I think they do. Well, you know the staff right
yeah.
around.
Yeah, but I don't. I think if you can't walk, you're probably not going.
Anywhoosies. Joey's out there, so we will not have Joey this hour. Sook's in Bend. My God, everybody's gone. It's that time of the year.
I got something's on.
Coming up, we will have. I want to ask you about. Now, this is totally subjective.
Okay.
And I will tell you that I did some research to see what was out there. If there's some fun studies on any of this, or people put together some numbers about the luckiest franchises in sports.
Okay.
Because I was thinking about the Mavericks getting Cooper Flagg. Of course, the Blazers were just as lucky in getting the number 1 pick the year that they got Greg Oden.
Right.
So it's not that the Mavericks are the luckiest in sports. They just are the most recent to be very lucky. But when you think of the luckiest franchise in sports, what comes to mind? Again, very subjective. I did find a little bit of research. I do have the team that has gained the most draft spots via the lottery.
Okay.
I have that. They can track all that.
Yeah.
But in terms of all sports,
sure,
it's really hard. You can't. There's not
a good way to quantify it because they all luck is evaluated differently for anyone that you might deem lucky. Yeah.
So who do you think of as the luckiest? Now, I'll tell you right now, a lot of people are going to come in with the Chiefs. The Chiefs are thought of as a very lucky franchise, a lucky team.
Is that just because they?
Well, because they win all these close games,
and because people now think that they get all the calls too.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Again, very subjective, but I know that I bet you if you polled the most sports fans right now, the majority, not the majority, but the team that would get the most votes, any team in sports would be the Chiefs. That they're thought of right now as the luckiest. I don't think they are.
Okay.
But we're going to get to that.
All right.
We're going to get to that. Also, the Ducks land a safety who happens to be Kobe Bryant's nephew.
Mm-hmm.
His name's Jet, which is kick-ass.
His name's Washington. He's not going there.
That's right. And we have our first college football poaching lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really something as the lawsuits start flying. So we're going to get to all of those items this hour Stick with us here on 1080 The Fan.
The Fan.
Oh, this is Bruce Hornsby. I didn't know that.
That's right.
And The Range.
It's a great name for a band.
That is a great name.
Bruce
for a band.
Hornsby and the Range. You get like the Western and also like musical range pun going on. Beautiful.
Hey, I just noticed that Odyssey Portland has put up a bunch of cool music and sports photos and posters and autographs and stuff around the office.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda
Marcus
cool.
Mariota on our wall out here.
Yeah. Although I will say this one right here as you walk into the studio, it leaves a little to be desired.
Okay.
It looked like one of those.
Was it that like superhero-y promo one?
It was one of those posters they'd give away at the Blazers game.
Yeah.
Like just for free. You know, they just made it. It's like it's got Rory Aldridge and I think Sergio Rodriguez.
I think that's right. And it's like making them superheroes, right? Doesn't it have names for them?
Yeah, and they're all rookies, and it's like
Wonder Roy and something else.
Yeah. That's Anyway,
didn't quite land.
I was on the way to the bathroom. I saw we hung one of Morgan Wallen.
Yeah,
and that's really something because isn't that the racist guy?
Oh yeah, he likes the N-word and throwing chairs off balconies of bars.
My God, what are we doing?
Well, no one else seems to care.
No one cares. No one cares about anything. What is anything?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When you think of the luckiest franchise in sports, what comes to mind? I've got two.
So the first thing that came to mind was the Cleveland Cavaliers because of Dan Gilbert and his kid. And didn't they win the LeBron lottery with his little bespectacled bow tie kid? And then they won it again, and even though I think they selected Anthony Bennett the other time they won it, who was terrible. The fact that kid won it twice, the image of him just popped. That's the first one that pops up for me. And then it isn't a franchise as much as I just think of the city of Boston. It didn't matter what year. Red Sox, Patriots, Bruins, Celtics, someone's winning a championship. Like every season it felt like for a decade and a half.
Yeah, they did win a lot. Why do you think why do you equate that to luck?
I feel like when you watch teams that win championships, there's always a component of luck involved. And for teams to win it over and over, the more you win it, the luckier I think you have to get. Yes, you've done something right to always put yourself in position there. But the teams that get all the way to the top of the mountain inevitably caught a bunch of breaks on the way there.
That's how you think about it, huh?
Sometimes.
So that's how you feel about the Warriors?
I mean, I think they got lucky in that. I mean, where they drafted Steph Curry 7th overall is deeper than most people would have thought for a generational talent. At the beginning of his career, it looked like his ankles were made of glass, and it shouldn't have even happened. I mean, it was, I want to say it was 2011 that they sold the team for $400 million. Now they're $8 billion. So they were not highly thought of. I mean, I think they've gotten lucky in recent years. I mean, you have to hit on guys like Steph and Clay. That was a 7th and 11th pick. Those weren't 1s, 2s, 4s, 5s.
Yeah, the second.
Steph was 7th. Clay was 11th. Draymond, a second-round pick.
So the Warriors are the second most valuable franchise
in the NBA.
In U.S. sports.
In American sports.
Behind the Cowboys.
After selling just over a decade ago for less than $500 million.
So I do have, so I did a lot of research.
And what are the ones that come to mind for you?
Well, I will tell you in a second. But I will just tell you that I couldn't find a lot of stuff out there about, because there's really no way to quantify luck in any succinct manner. Good luck to me. Yeah, now. So I did find a list of Sam Quinn, CBS Sports did this. And he put the math to the luckiest teams in the draft lottery. Because when we think of lucky teams, we do think of just getting good draft picks.
For sure.
Because I think all the other luck stuff from games here and there fades away. We don't remember that too much.
Well, the draft stuff is interesting, too, because I also end up thinking about luck as, like, I guess, being lucky when you hit on a player who wasn't a top guy, it kind of usually means there was some bad luck ahead of you, right? Otherwise,
you're just a bad franchise.
You could just be a bad franchise. That's possible.
Well, the two that come to mind for me are the Spurs.
Okay.
Robinson, Duncan, and then the Colts getting Peyton Manning.
Sure. And then Andrew Luck.
And Andrew Luck.
Yeah, okay.
So those are the two that come to mind for me.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else mentions the Edmonton Oilers. This is the fan text line. Got Wayne Gretzky after another league folded, won the draft lottery 4 times in a 6-year span, including 3 years in a row. Will have had the great one and Connor McDavid on their team at the height of their powers. Just insane.
That's pretty good. And I think that most of our audience probably is not considering the NHL teams, but
it's insane.
Boy, that's way up there.
When you follow hockey. What's the luckiest hockey franchise to you?
I did not see. I don't follow the hockey draft that well, so that the whole getting 4 first overall picks and 6, or winning the lottery 4 out of 6 years, like that's pretty crazy. I was not aware of that. And then of course, yeah, you did find yourself in the spot to acquire some of the best to ever put on skates in both Gretzky and now McDavid. So yeah, that feels pretty lucky.
Someone else mentions OKC. They've only known great players in playoff runs.
Well, and they got a freaking franchise because they got a team temporarily moved there during Katrina.
I tell you what, that's a great point.
I mean, the only reason they have a team is because a hurricane came to New Orleans and they had to ship a team there for a season.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they're like, you know what? Why don't we take that
they're
fledgling franchise in Seattle and bring them on down here? We'll sell it every game.
Well, and they just had a guy. They had Clay Bennett.
Yep.
They had a guy who wanted him there.
Yep. So if you're an OKC fan, yeah,
Boy.
you should count yourself lucky.
I tell you what, yes.
Oh, and
That's
by
a
the
good
way,
one.
when you got your team, you just got maybe one of the greatest scorers in the history of basketball in Kevin Durant. You ended up leaving, but that's pretty lucky to just find yourself there as an expansion team.
Yeah, it's really amazing they didn't win a title with Durant, Westbrook, and Harden on their team.
Yeah.
But they didn't.
No.
And now here they may win one this year. That's a good one. Now, in terms of the draft lottery, they dug through 38 years of results to find out how many draft spots how many draft spots they gained or lost
based on what their percentage said they should have gotten. Yeah.
Via
I get
lottery.
That makes sense.
That part is quantifiable, and CBS put the pen to paper on that, and they determined by a lot that the team to gain the most the most spots in the draft via the lottery, 24, by the way, is. Any guesses? Does a team come to mind that gets lucky in the lottery a lot?
I mean, like I said, just the Dan Gilbert kid getting those 1 picks, but I don't know what they were supposed to get those seasons. So no, there's not one team that stands out.
It is plus 24. Next most, by the way, plus 14.
Okay, so
by
by a
lot,
substantial margin.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Really?
Yeah. Never would have guessed that. But it's true.
Huh. Well, they moved up this year, right? And did they move up the year that they got Embiid? They must have. I'm trying to think of other areas or drafts in which I would have considered them lucky.
Yeah, I can't name off the top of my head. Number 2 is Charlotte, plus 14.
That's not surprising. I mean, plus 14. Never mind. I was going to say I might have thought they would be on the wrong end. Like I know specifically, who is it? The Pistons, who have been terrible the last few seasons, just keep getting knocked out of top 3 spots in the lottery. And I thought that the Hornets were among that as well, but it sounds like they're doing okay.
Pistons overall are -2, so not.
Okay.
They're kind of in the middle. The Lakers +9, third.
Okay.
Of course. And then at the bottom, you've got the 3 unluckiest teams, and this is surprising. Miami -11, the Mavericks -12, and the Timberwolves -15.
Huh.
But of course, we don't think of that with Dallas because Cooper Flag.
Yeah. And you end up thinking about the picks that hit regardless of where they were taken.
Exactly. The Blazers, if you're wondering, +3. So they've gained a few spots.
Right about where they should be.
But, the one they got the big daddy. They got the Dallas one when they got Odin. Because weren't they?
Yeah.
Wasn't that kind of similar?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Dallas's odds.
Both. I think that both the Supersonics and the Blazers didn't have a great shot that year. I thought that both franchises were hyped to be moving up the year when they got Odin and Durant, but I don't remember with clarity what the percentages were going into that lottery.
Blazers had 5.3% chance of winning the lottery the year they got Odin.
Okay.
They were coming off a season where they were 32-50.
Okay.
And I think the Mavs were at 1 point. I think they were at 1.8.
And this is way further back, but were the Blazers supposed to get the number 1 pick when they got Bowie? Or was there not even a lottery back then?
Good question.
I
don't know.
Well, because it's around the era of the Patrick Ewing frozen envelope, so there probably was a lottery, but I just don't know what the Blazers, if they were especially fortunate that year or they were just supposed to get it.
A couple of folks bringing up the Packers, going from Favre to Rodgers to Love.
Sure.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I can see it.
But, like, for me, the Spurs and the Colts were the number 1 picks.
Yeah.
Whereas that was just good drafting, was it not?
Sure.
I mean, because Rodgers fell.
Yeah.
Love was not even a first rounder.
Right. Yeah. They traded. Didn't they trade up to get him in the second round or something like that? Or no, did they get him at the end of the first?
End of the first, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, by that logic, you would have to say the 49ers too, because Joe Montana was a 3rd-round pick who ended up being awesome, and they went right from Montana to Young, who was kind of crappy with the Bucks and did the USFL thing, and then he was awesome.
Another text, lucky team has to be the Toronto Raptors. The bounce against the Sixers and injuries with Golden State, super lucky.
That's true. I mean, just as far as their path to the championship, yeah, no question. Durant blown his Achilles and the Kawhi bounce. Yeah.
One bounce of the ball. And then the other thing I did find, and this doesn't really pertain to what we're talking about, but I thought it was interesting anyway. The Action Network put together the luckiest sports teams in each sport based off of winning close games or buzzer beaters type of things. Game-winning touchdowns. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on.
Bless you. Bless you. Nice. That was good. I might have to clip that.
What an idiot.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
You're headed towards Turdville.
So they did this with... Okay, so this is just since 2020. They did basketball buzzer beaters. They did most game-winning touchdowns in 5 years in the NFL. And they did most game-winning goals in hockey.
Maybe walk-offs in baseball?
They
did they not do baseball?
They didn't do baseball here. But the luckiest team with the most buzzer beaters since 2020 in the NBA is the Atlanta Hawks.
Okay.
With 9, Kings 8, Heat 7.
Yeah, Kings have been frisky in those spots.
Blazers with 5. Only one team doesn't have any, and that's the Clippers. 0. In the NFL, the most game-winning touchdowns in the last 5 years.
And what is that defined by, like last 2 minutes or changing of the lead? Be honest, because like we're not thinking last play of the game, unless it's I guess overtime, and it could be. I wonder what the parameter is.
It says, final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter.
Oh wow, okay, so pretty close to a walk-off touchdown.
Yeah. 2 teams have 6. Next most is 3. And this is totally random because a lot of teams have 0. Seahawks don't have any. Chargers, Eagles, Patriots, Rams, Steelers, Texans, all 0. But tied with 6, the Arizona Cardinals.
Really?
And the Atlanta Falcons.
Huh. I could have guessed all day. Well, there's only 32 teams. I could have guessed for a while.
Yeah. So,
I would have thought Chiefs in there for sure. They feel like they always come through at the last minute, but just maybe not like that.
Chiefs, they have 3.
Okay.
T2. And then in hockey, they've got the Lightning and the Vegas Golden Knights.
Golden Knights makes sense. And, maybe you count them among the lucky. I mean, they're such a new franchise. They don't really have even enough history to be that lucky, but they came in as an expansion franchise. They were good right away and immediately won a Stanley Cup.
Yeah. So there is a segment on the luckiest teams in sports.
Really?
Very subjective. And yet we all have in our minds who we think is the luckiest. All right, the Ducks get a safety, and we have our first poaching lawsuit in college football. We'll get to those items next, but first, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the Mariners open a 10-game road trip today with a big win at Wrigley. Cal Raleigh with 2 home runs for the M's to help power them to a 9-4 victory. Raleigh now with 29 home runs. That's the most ever for a catcher before the All-Star break. We're still about 4 weeks away from that. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championship, a three-way tie atop the leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood all 9 under par. Here in Portland, it appears that the new WNBA expansion franchise intends to call themselves the Portland Fire, as the organization has filed for trademarks under that name. A big weekend ahead in sports as the Thunder and Pacers will play Game 7 to decide the NBA Finals on Sunday night at 5 o'clock. OKC favored at home by 8. Meanwhile, in Omaha, a 3-game series between Coastal Carolina and LSU to crown a champion in college baseball. Game 1 of that series, Saturday at 4. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, Isaac. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Oh, this is smashed down the line. This ball is gone. It's out of Wrigley. It's a go-ahead 2-run home run by Cal Raleigh. An historic blast. Now more home runs than any catcher ever in the history of baseball before the All-Star break. Number 29, Cal Raleigh.
Pretty amazing. Raleigh hit 2 today. Mariners win at Wrigley. He just won't stop hitting bombs. See how many he gets. I told you earlier he's on pace for 63.4 home runs. Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. Reliable, affordable batteries for cars, boats, RVs, golf carts, and more. Online at batteryexchange.com. Powered by Continental Battery Systems. Mention code BXT10 for 10% off your entire purchase.
Hey, it's Dusty. Victor Rico's just dropped new menu items. Restaurant quality, made fresh, and served fast. Plus, they're open late. So whenever hunger hits, Victor Rico's is ready. Trust me, it's delicious. Visit them in-store or order
Tonight he's out at Bandon, so in honor of him, we'll talk about his favorite thing, Ducks recruiting.
You freaking bitch.
No, he doesn't like recruiting. He is as bad on recruiting as I am. Like, I don't care about recruiting. I just, the thing I like to, I don't know. I just want to see him do something at the college level before filleting them, maybe.
Well, I don't think we should fillet them.
Well, we do though. Oh, 5-star kid, 4-star. It just doesn't mean anything until you got to coach them up. They may not even end up on campus. But I will say, in this day and age, particularly with the way Dan Lanning and his staff are cooking on other people's grills with recruiting, they're just doing.
You know
a hell
what?
of a
I'm going to
job.
cook on your grill.
It is getting. It is exciting. I can imagine if you're a Duck fan, it is exciting to read about some of these guys that you get. And at this point, I got to tell you, man, this the secondary. I don't know how many of these kids will actually be on campus or end up signing with Oregon, but assuming they all sign, their secondary over the next several seasons is going to have
could be really good.
So much talent. Now, again, like I said, there's injuries. You get a kid on campus who doesn't fit. Maybe he's a bonehead.
Like you said.
Yeah, you got to prove it. But my God, just the raw talent that they are getting now in the secondary is pretty amazing. And last night they got 5-star safety Jet Washington, who is the nephew of the late Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
He's committed to the Ducks.
That's right.
And so he's 6'5", 200, rated as the number 18 player in the 2026 class and the number 2 safety in
That's
the
a big
nation.
safety. 6'5", 200? I mean,
That is a
safeties
big
end up
safety.
being thick, but like you got to imagine he'll get to campus and put on 20 or 25 pounds, and that's a big boy.
That is a big boy. 5-star safety Joey O'Brien on Friday will make his commitment announcement with the Ducks and Notre Dame among the 2 favorites.
Okay.
And then, is that today? Did that happen? Joey O'Brien?
I'll find out.
And then next Tuesday, 5-star quarterback Ryder Lyons will decide between the Ducks and BYU. On top of that, 5-star Emmanuel.
Joey O'Brien did commit to the Irish.
They didn't get that guy.
No.
Emmanuel, help me out. Iheanacho? Iheanacho?
Yeah, Emmanuel Iheanacho.
He's expected to make his commitment soon.
Mm-hmm. He's a top offensive lineman.
This is saying this is from Yahoo. While Washington is a young player who won't arrive on campus until this winter, the secondary that he is joining will be among the best in the nation. Last recruiting cycle, the Ducks added 5-star cornerbacks Naeem Oford and Brandon Finney, as well as 4-star cornerback Dorian Brew and 5-star safety Trey McNutt. By the way, there was a guy named Dorian Brew at KU when I was there.
Really?
A DB. Yeah, he was a grade A bonehead. But boy, he was good.
Think it's his kid?
It probably is his kid. I'm going to look that up. Now, with Washington in the mix as well, the Ducks should be among the nation's best when it comes to secondary play in the future. That's pretty exciting.
Funny enough, Dorian Brew's dad, not Dorian Brew, but Derek Brew, who was an Olympic medalist in the 4x400.
Whew. I don't think he wanted that Dorian Brew's kid. I'm not going to lie.
Sounds like Derek Brew, the better.
Yeah, the better of the 2 Brew fathers.
Okay.
Brew daddies.
Brew daddies.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lanning, I think that what's exciting about what Oregon's always had a good offense. I mean, they really have. You go all the way back to Bellotti.
You're hard-pressed to find seasons where their offense is sputtered.
Yeah.
They just, even in between transition years, it does not go flat often.
Their special seasons have always been when they've had excellent defenses.
Mm-hmm.
And look, when Ohio State lights you up for whatever it was in that
34.
Well, that was in the first half, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. No, I thought I was thinking the first game, which I guess was 32-31.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the
yeah.
When push comes, you get into the tournament and you get to the whatever that was, the quarterfinals. Ohio State dropped 45 on you, whatever. I don't remember
I think it was 45.
That defense just wasn't good enough. I mean, that Ohio State offense was great, but you're always going to run into great offenses when you get to that level. And Oregon's special years have always been when they've had great defenses, and they've been few and far between, but they've had some good defense. What Dan Lanning is building on the defensive side, damn, dude, it's
and I do feel like in college football right now that is the harder unit to put together effectively is your defensive side of the ball, because the offenses are so good. There are so many rules that favor them that if you can be one of the teams that truly has one of the top defenses, that gives you so much more of a leg up than being one of the teams, in my opinion, with one of the top offenses. I mean, you need to be offensively proficient, but if you could be great at one, I think you want to be great on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like this. Let's say you always have a good offense or you're bringing in the Bo Nix and the Dylan Gabriels. Your offense is always cooking. You're getting transfer quarterbacks. Your offense is good. We've seen that before. Oklahoma had that. They never won the championship, or at least in the Lincoln Riley era. Oregon has had that. They haven't won the championship. The teams that win, which would you rather have? A consistent offense with just great quarterbacks and the occasional great defense, or the great defense with the occasional transcendent quarterback?
Oh, I think it's more fun to win with the hyper explosive offense, with the defense that occasionally gets it done. But I think the more reliable way to build your team is to be nails on the defensive side and then try to get it done offensively.
I think that you win more often that way.
Yeah, I agree. I tend to agree.
And that seems to be what Dan Lanning's doing there at Oregon. And he's bringing Mamba mentality.
That's right.
To the Ducks.
Do you think Jet has that Mamba mentality?
I have no idea. Who's his? So Kobe's nephew. So Kobe's.
I don't know. I don't know Kobe's
sister?
sibling, sister, brother. I'm not sure.
No idea.
Somebody pointed out that we between Washington, we could have a Washington and a Beaver on this upcoming Ducks roster because that Bryson Beaver kid.
Right. So we'll see what happens with Ryder Lyons. He's the quarterback on Tuesday. We have a poaching lawsuit in college football.
We just
Will
rolled,
there
brother.
be more? That will be next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, we already hit on the recruiting news, so a little feel-good news on this Friday. But Oregon quarterback Dante Moore has taken some of his NIL money and made a $10,000 donation to his high school, getting them new jerseys, some new equipment, and just whatever his old program needs, trying to pay it forward.
Well, isn't that great?
How about that?
There's your Ducks Report, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Hey, they're building a program out at Martin Luther King Jr. High School in Detroit.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your project can be completed faster than traditional construction, and our team of uniquely qualified architectural and trade professionals have the expertise and experience to make your vision a reality. Visit us today at modspdx.com.
It's back! Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farm.
So we have some pretty cool, I don't know, like posters and memorabilia, music, some guitars they've put up around the office now.
Yeah, those are nice.
And we've got a wall that all the bands that come in, all the famous people that come in, sign it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool. Our new studios are pretty cool.
They're shaping up.
It's a nice. It's way better than the old one.
Yeah. They had snakes in the old one.
They sure did. They probably still do. But anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
I was looking at the one. So the one poster they hung right out, and it's framed and everything. It's right outside our door here on the fan studio is Rookies on the Rise, and it's Brandon Roy, and it's a cartoon of Brandon Roy, and they call him Roy Wonder.
Roy Wonder, there you go. Yeah, they are doing a superhero thing, like a boy wonder.
I about said Sergio Garcia. LaMarcus Aldridge, Stretch Aldridge.
It's like Stretch Armstrong, I guess, but yeah.
And then Sergio Garcia. Damn it. Sergio Rodriguez, and it's Sergio Magnifico. Yeah. Rough. I think they were trying to make all three of those stick, and none of them did.
Boy,
those nicknames.
Really?
Yeah, not the best.
Well, my.
And the last story we got to tell you about today, and this is something that I just think we're going to see more and more of in college athletics, and it's just another lawsuit. But this is a landmark moment in college sports because one school has filed suit against another for the poaching of a player that they deem to be under contract.
Mm-hmm. And we covered this story when it first happened. This was the story of the kid who went from Wisconsin to Miami, and everyone's like, well, how could you do that? The transfer portal's not even open. And he was basically like, I don't care what the transfer portal guidelines are. I'm going to enroll in school there, and when I do, they can start paying me and I'll play football.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about that, and that kid is who this is about. Wisconsin and its collective filed a complaint in state circuit court on Friday against the University of Miami over alleged tortoise interference, according to documents obtained by Yahoo Sports. In a first of its kind and perhaps a precedent-setting move, Wisconsin is seeking unspecified financial damages and a declaratory judgment deeming Miami's actions as wrongful for interfering with a binding revenue-sharing contract between the school and Xavier Lucas. Now, there's a lot to this, but I think the thing you should know is that they're not. So they're basically suing, saying that they own Xavier Lucas's NIL.
Rights. Yeah.
They own his name, image, and likeness.
Because he agreed to that.
Right. And that, when you put it that way, this will be an interesting one in court.
Because if you're playing for a pro franchise and you decide you're not getting the playing time or the money or you don't like it there, you don't get to just walk when you're under contract.
Exactly. They say Miami interfered with UW-Madison's relationship with Lucas by making impermissible contact with him and engaging in tampering. Now, it gets a little weird because obviously they've not been defined as employees.
Right.
And they don't want them to be defined as employees. So then Miami's like, well, he's not yours. But then Wisconsin says, well, yeah, we signed with him an NIL deal to pay him for his name, image, and likeness. And I happen to think, I mean, it seems to me that they would have a case that they do own his name, image, and likeness because they signed a deal with him for it.
Right. And I guess he could say, well, I don't want to do that deal anymore. I won't play here, and then you won't give me the money. But if you're under contract to bring money in and take money from one entity, you don't usually get to just go to another and start doing the same thing for more. That's not usually the way it works. And part of what makes it kind of weird and interesting is that this was all done, like the NCAA and whatever they're doing with NIL and these collectives, they've tried to set it up so that there's a protocol or a process to it. That's why there is a transfer portal window. That's why there's a database where you can go and say, yes, you can go ahead and contact me, or I am in the portal, but no, don't contact me. And that's part of why they have Miami on the tampering here. It's like, the kid wasn't even in the portal. It wasn't even transfer portal time. How would you have come and just gotten this guy?
Yeah. So look, I don't know what ends up happening here. They probably just settle it. No idea. But I think it would be nice if we had something that kept poaching to a minimum. That would be nice. If there were actually consequences to poaching, because right now there aren't really, and it's just the wild, wild west out there. And you come along with more money, you can get a kid. You can't get them all, but you can get a kid late. And that's the definition of poaching. So I'd like to see something where, if a school poaches a kid and they're tampering, technically they're held accountable. But right now there's really no bylaws
And there's 16 other things to be worried about all the
that
time.
do that.
So
Yeah.
policing all this, you have too many programs too to get everybody on the same page, both programs and athletes, and to collectively agree on something. It's just never happening. And by the time it does, something goes into effect, and then someone says it's not legal or not constitutional, and then they go take it to court, and then you rip the whole thing up and you start over. It's just a mess.
It is a total mess. So we'll follow that for you. But right now we got to move on to the club. Take a look at my list, my notes. Would you avoid hitting an animal with your vehicle at all costs? Do you do that?
I think I would say at most costs. I would not say at all costs. I think that if I remember correctly, when you initially learn all your driving school stuff, there's certain circumstances in which you're supposed to just keep going and go through an animal. Like if your option is to either swerve into a barrier or like oncoming traffic, you just hit the raccoon,
Yeah. Well, I have the most unfortunate of stories when it pertains to this today.
Okay.
We also have the guy, we've talked about him before. He's this, the crypto, or not, I don't know if he's a crypto guy, but he's the Telegram founder.
Okay.
That dude, he's a billionaire, multi-billionaire. He has come out and said he is now going to split his fortune with his 106 children.
Okay.
Yeah. Also in the club, if we have time, because you know how we can be.
Mm-hmm. We meander.
We get off on tangents, but this is how to get cheap liquor.
Oh.
We all need to come together.
Make it yourself in a bathtub?
No, even better.
Nice.
That's coming up next. It's the Club Hour on the Fan.
Portland Perks. This year's Portland Craft Beer Festival is happening July 4th through the 6th and features breweries from all over the city. Save 34% on a ticket.
and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Pub.
Let's hate, man.
Rocket to the dawn!
I'm asking where the white power rankings go. I just have always preferred the white. I wish I could have more white things. The color white to me just always works.
Could you mix in a black?
My mom is adorably racist. I know that I'll probably have to join a white supremacist gang.
They're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins. He's got a dog mentality.
God dang, what do you think?
Girl, you something else.
I ran through that bull jump you wrote.
No.
I'm moving more into the whites.
Strong. No.
Yeah,
We're just playing with men with
We're
holes.
giving away
That
too
was for
much
the good
to
of the
rob
game.
these
You can
political
issue your press
compromises.
statements,
But I'm
good
actually
enough.
looking
Yeah,
for
yeah,
him to move
yeah,
his power.
yeah.
Boy,
All right. Look at that. On time on a Friday for the club.
Upset of the century.
Yeah, Kurt Ludwig's happy.
Yeah, he is.
Because we usually go along with Joey, but Joey ditched us today, so
He loves the club, that Kurt.
Kurt does love the club. I can just see him getting housed, sitting out on his back deck, avoiding his family, listening to us.
He's like upset because he's missed the beginning of it late, cracking open his beer. Wait, stop! That's supposed to be on yet?
we want the nutty.
Fakink. Well, we're glad he likes the club, and we're glad you are enjoying the club as well.
I think we're going to stop.
I don't think we are.
No, we're not.
Make America great, bitch. Did you see the Adrian Peterson card room fight? before we
I
moved
did.
Any further?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a terrifying, or it's not terrifying, but a horrible animal story for you coming up. But yeah, the Adrian Peterson was in I don't know, where was that?
It appears that he was in some poker tournament. I don't know if it was at a card room or
It looks like a card room.
a casino, but yeah, I mean, it's clearly a room with poker tables and
kind of one of those janky ones.
And the video's picking up late, and he's in an altercation with another dude who looks smaller and either white or Hispanic, and they're jawing at each other, and people are trying to get in between them, and the two of them just keep trying to square up like boxers, and then they're throwing haymakers at each other, and Adrian Peterson gets caught with a couple of them.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like the little guy kind of holds
his own for sure.
But it's weird because who knows what the fight was over. Well, I mean, I think we can all guess it was over a hand or something. I don't know. Whatever they were fighting over. It's kind of funny because initially, even the dealer steps in. Like, what are you going to do, dude?
Yeah.
Get out of there. But the dealer steps in. Everybody's trying to...
I think the idea is if enough people step in, it'll just stop. Because clearly the dealer himself is not going to stop that.
Yeah, and they kind of were trying to hold him back.
The effort at really shutting it down was kind of half-assed by everybody there. It was
100%.
It was kind of trying to stop it, kind of we don't know what to do because
And
Adrian Peterson's going nuts.
Well, they all bailed.
Yeah.
I've never seen that where you get... Because usually, I mean, it's just somebody jumps in and it's like...
Hey, guys.
Yeah, hold me back, bro. And then somebody... and they want to be held back, and then somebody does.
But no, both these guys wanted to go.
No, they wanted to
up.
go, and everybody in the room just eventually just were like, all right, fine, go.
Do it.
And they just fought.
Yeah.
Right there in the card room. It was great.
And I thought we were going to see an AP ass whooping, and we just didn't.
Boy, I tell you what, yes. It is a twist of all twists that once they let him go and AP is being the aggressor and he's going at him with fists up, you're like, oh my God, this guy's going to die at the hands of Adrian Peterson.
At least by the point the camera cuts off, we do not see any such evidence.
And then he pulled out a whip.
A switch.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, a switch. I botched the joke. What was it? What's a switch?
I think it's a long stick that you can use like a whip-like motion with.
Yeah, he beat his kid with it.
Yeah, well, he spanked him with it, essentially.
I thought he broke his arm or something. Didn't he?
I think you might be conflating. I thought that he used the switch like across the kid's like bare behind, and they were like, you can't take a stick to a child's butt like that.
Why not?
I don't think you're supposed to hit children in general, let alone with sticks from trees.
Let's see here. Oh. Yeah. Boy, I was conflating. I'm thinking of what, the Tyreek Hill one?
I was going to say, I think it was Tyreek Hill's kid who had a broken arm, and also Tyreek Hill was like, quote-unquote, boxing with his kid, and he like punched him in the chest and torso a bunch of times.
Yeah, they're saying the injury to the boy's testicles was a specific factor in separating Peterson's actions from what a civil society would accept as reasonable punishment.
Yeah, he was kind of saying, I was just being a dad, like spanking my kid the way I got spanked, but because of the effect this switch had on the kid specifically in his nether regions, they're like, nah, this is too far.
God, he's a bad guy.
Maybe.
Anyway, something to look up if you're bored. Kurt Ludwig sitting out on your deck, YouTube video. So I asked, would you avoid hitting? So we're driving along and there's a squirrel that's playing chicken with your car. You see that, and it's always amazing. Like I don't think I've ever really run over anything or hit anything. Never hit a deer. Never had any of that.
Hit a bird once. It was sitting in the middle of the road. I remember it vividly because I was driving my grandparents back from vacation. They were like too old to drive, and I drove their car down the California coast. And we're heading out, and there's a bird sitting in the middle of the road. And usually the bird just gets up and flies away, but it tries to fly away ahead of where the car is going. Like it just goes the same direction as us, but
it couldn't outrun you.
It couldn't, and it went right underneath, and like I heard it like, and then I like look in the rear view, and this bird's just like flapping around on the road. I'm like, no, why did you have to? No. But of course, my that point, very elderly grandmother and grandfather didn't notice at all, and I was like, I guess we'll just keep going.
Well, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean,
what kind of a bird was it?
I don't know. Not.
That's rough, but
I mean,
you got to keep driving.
It's just
you got the olds
there, and there's enough nature out there. Some hawk or something's going to come through and take care of that pretty quick, I think.
Well, fly the other way, bird.
Yeah, you could have gone,
idiot bird.
You could have gone like 275 degrees in any direction, and you chose to go right in front of me. It's kind of on you, bird.
I think I've had a bird hit my windshield before because they're so dumb. But I've never really hit anything.
My mom's hit a deer that then like stayed on the hood of her car, like, and because and then it like rolled up. It rolled up the windshield and went over the back of the car.
Yikes!
Yeah,
that's rough. I mean, I've heard stories. I mean, you see the damage a deer can do to your car.
Yeah,
like, that's brutal.
Yep.
Then you got to get out and put the deer down if he's still breathing. Things like. Anyway, I don't think I've ever really hit anything. I saw a dog get run over once, and I got to tell you, dude, it will never leave my.
I hate that.
My brain.
Yeah.
The sound, or just the. I was playing golf. It's interesting. I was playing golf at Waverly. I got lucky to go play Waverly Country Club one day, and there, they have that road right there.
I'm not familiar with the whereabouts of Waverly.
Well, it's down right on the Willamette, just south of the Selwood Bridge.
Okay.
And there's a road that goes down to get all the way back in there. That's kind of it's just its own road. It's not busy road at all. It's just the road that goes down to park at the club. But there's a trail alongside it where a woman was we were on the very first hole, and there's a woman walking her dog, and the dog was off leash, and I saw her and I saw the dog, and the dog was running around. I'm like, oh, that dog's having fun, and then I'm going to go back to my shot. Well, and then, I'll spare you the details, but moments later, the dog is hit by a van that's coming down the road because the dog was off leash. It darted out into the street. Van didn't see it, hit him. And, boy, it was awful. Just the sound, and I'll never forget it. But in my head, I'm just hoping that the dog, I've told myself the story that the dog lived because the van owner got out. The woman was cradling the dog. Dog did not die, at least yet. And they got in the van, and the van turned around and took them out. So maybe in my head, I've got the story that the van guy was the hero and took the dog to be saved by the vet.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay. But it was not pretty.
All right.
Anyway, the reason I tell you this because we always see the squirrel.
Yep.
And the squirrel's always kind of like, oh, dude, don't do it, don't do it. Do you stop? Like, do you?
I brake check for the squirrels.
I do too.
Like, so what I'll do is like I'm not swerving for the squirrels, but usually you see them up ahead doing their like, oh, I'm gonna freeze, then I'm gonna skitter one way or the other, and sometimes that's unpredictable. Usually it's the right way out of the way. Sometimes it's back in front of the car. But I'm usually like foot covering the brake, ready to give it a little pump and slow down in case I need to buy the squirrel a little more time. But I'm not doing a lot of swerving.
So the swerving's different, but you just stop, right? Like especially if it's not moving along like you think it should, you just stop. It's like, come on, get out of the way. And then it's amazing how many times it happens where the squirrel is sitting there playing chicken with your car, and you think you miss it, or looks like you hit it, and then you look back and you
see it running.
You
still.
see nothing,
yeah.
or you see it running.
Right? Yeah.
So I think eventually they get out of the way. Anyway, the reason I tell you this is there was a plane crash in North Carolina. This is a small private plane that crashed earlier this month because it was trying to avoid a turtle on the runway.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And 2 people died.
You got to just bust that shell like Mario Brothers, man. Like, I'm sorry. You can't be doing something wonky with the plane at the last minute for the turtle.
Right?
I'm sure all the people in that plane wanted the turtle to live, but not as much as they wanted to live.
So they were at Sugar Valley Airport in Mocksville. And by the way, if I'm picturing Sugar Valley Airport in Mocksville, can't somebody run out there and pick up the turtle and move it off the runway before the plane lands?
Well, my guess is if they knew that, they would have done so.
They did, because it says that the operator spotted the turtle and warned the pilot ahead of time that there was a turtle on the runway.
Okay, well, this sucks, because then it shouldn't have gotten that low in the first place. It should have taken another pass and said, hey, could you get that turtle out of there for us? Or, could you send us to another runway? Is the turtle going to interfere with our landing? It feels like just a little more communication here. Watch the rehearsal with Nathan Fielder. They talk all about communication in the cockpit. But yeah, it seems like some was needed here.
Well, they said that they spotted the turtle and warned the pilot who had landed on the runway. The pilot then lifted the right main wheel to avoid hitting the reptile.
No, dude. All the landing gear's got to go up, or it all stays down. You're not making concessions.
Yeah,
the turtle.
Well, I wonder what would have happened if it hit the turtle.
My guess is not as much as the 2 people dying for trying to not hit the turtle.
But I'm guessing that's what they're thinking, is that we can't hit this turtle because if we hit the turtle, we could go skidding off of the runway. So we want to avoid the turtle. I mean, in other words, I don't think the life of the turtle is the issue. I think they're just trying to avoid hitting something with their plane. That's how I view it.
I guess.
The operator spotted the turtle, and they said the operator stated that she heard the pilot advance the throttle after he raised the right wheel. The airplane left her point of view, and she was unable to see the airplane after that. A witness said the wings of the plane began to rock back and forth before it took to the air again. The witness lost sight of the plane after it dipped behind the hangar and over the trees where it vanished. The witness then heard a loud crash and saw smoke. They said the plane was discovered more than 250 feet from the end of the runway. The airplane was wedged between several trees and remained in one piece, except for a few pieces of fabric that were found in an adjacent stream next to the accident site. The fabric on the fuselage, cowling, and wings was completely burned off, and the airplane frame was visible. The pilot and a passenger were killed, and another passenger was severely injured.
Yikes.
Meanwhile, that stupid turtle's just strutting his way over to the other side of the runway.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Dude, that's wild. Bad luck.
Not if you're that turtle.
Yeah, no kidding.
Jeez.
But maybe they die anyway if they hit the turtle. I don't know.
Maybe.
All right, let's get to having 106 kids and how you split up your fortune. That's next on The Fan.
The Portland Trailblazers are for sale.
Oh my God, this is the best day since? How long has it been since I've felt positive?
Which means a new era is coming in Rip City.
I'm excited for the opportunity of new ownership and what that can bring.
How long will it take? Who will it be?
It doesn't really need to be a local person. It's just, there's no shortage of rich people lining up to get into sports.
We'll have you covered with the latest on Portland's sports leader, 1080.
Who's winning? What is occurring?
The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Now, 205 on the northbound side, really heavy, especially as you make your way past Highway 26 and onwards towards 84. There's a crash blocking a lane. That's your Portland traffic. I'm Rebecca.
This traffic report brought to you by
Guardian Roofing.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
CCB number 252341.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the
official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
All right, now to Pavel Durov.
Here now,
We've talked about him before. He is the founder and CEO of instant messaging app Telegram. And he came out in an interview recently in a French political magazine called Le Point.
Le Point?
And he said he plans to leave his fortune to the more than 100 children he has fathered.
Was he a sperm bank guy or just really slinging it around?
There were 6. I guess the way to say it is there were six that were conceived naturally, and the rest.
And 100 that weren't.
Yes, actually, there are 106 total. He has 100 donor babies.
Take that for math.
Wait, hold on. He said, okay, so he's Russian-born. He's a tech tycoon. He says his estate, he's worth about $14 billion, and it will be split between his 6 children from relationships and the scores of others whom he fathered through sperm donation. He said, they are all my children and will all have the same rights. I don't want them to tear each other apart after my death. I have news for this guy before we continue.
Yeah.
They're still going to tear each other apart.
You think?
After his death. Because if I'm one of the 6 naturally conceived, I mean, I'm
one of the real kids.
Yes, I'm looking at the other 100 going, what?
We're not the same.
Yeah, exactly.
And then those kids are like, oh, you think your life is more valuable than mine
That's
because
right.
you had a loving mom?
That's right. Well, I didn't. Then he said, the number of children he has fathered, he said the doctor told him that it was his civic duty to donate his high-quality donor material, which he did over the course of 15 years.
I'm sorry, do we buy that, or is that just something a guy who does that likes to say?
Yes.
My doctor was so impressed by my sperm, he told me you got to give more. It's a disservice to society.
By the way, this is a narcissist, probably psychopath.
Yeah.
Convincing himself that he's so great.
The world needs more of him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is exactly why we don't need 106 more of him.
No, in fact, they should probably put a cap on this guy.
Right. They should not have let him procreate just because he's a tech billionaire. Okay, so according to Bloomberg, Durov is worth an estimated $14 billion, but he dismissed such estimates as theoretical. He says, since I'm not selling Telegram, it doesn't matter. I don't have this money in a bank account. My liquid assets are much lower, and they don't come from Telegram. They come from my investments in Bitcoin in 2013. He said, regardless, his children will have a long wait for their inheritance. He said, I decided that my children would not have access to my fortune until a period of 30 years has elapsed, starting today. I want them to live like normal people, to build themselves up alone, to learn to trust themselves, to be able to create, not to be dependent on a bank account. I want to specify that I make no difference between my children. There are those who were conceived naturally and those who come from my sperm donations. So that's
already interesting because now I don't know how this all goes, but I think usually when you do the sperm donation thing, there's the whole I don't want to be contacted or I don't have to be contacted. Like if you have children with a partner who you raise and nurture, that is a lot different than just giving up your sample for somebody else to use.
Well, yeah. You don't think the 6 naturals
are thinking?
You don't think they're?
I'm not any more special to you than?
Oh, dude.
Like,
well, I'm just saying, like, once he's dead.
Yeah.
Because this was his choice. I mean, it's his money. It's
right.
His
No,
choice.
they'll say we're the more entitled group.
Yeah. Oh, they're gonna sue
for sure.
And this is a lot of dough, but they don't get access until 2055.
Okay.
Now, this raises another question. Is there any way you can live a normal life knowing that that's coming?
Ooh.
In 30 years? Now, 30 years is a long time.
It is. You better get used to not having it.
Yeah.
But it's easy for people to kind of put that money in the mental bank already. Like,
exactly.
I have this coming. I can afford this.
See, I think if you're due that much, so what is it? He said equal. So 14 billion. 1 second. Stand by, please. Go into my iCalc. Right there.
It looks like 13 million. No.
132
million per
each.
kid.
Yeah, 132 million for each kid.
Okay, maybe the 6 don't need to gripe. That's plenty.
So if you got 132 million coming to you in 30 years, how do you live your life? Fascinating question.
Now, is this one of those things? Like, I immediately think to, like, high school LeBron James and how he suddenly was able to go, like, drive a Hummer to high school even though he wasn't making NBA money. Like, there are places, institutions that will loan you money, give you money with the promise that you have income coming in eventually. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering that.
So my wonder is, can you take proof of your, like, I guess proof of future?
You'd have to have a copy of his will.
Right? Yeah,
proof that
you're a
his
future
kid.
benefactor, and say, hey, because this money's going to be mine eventually, can I get some now? And maybe there are banks that would do that. Maybe they're like, no chance. We got to wait to see what happens.
That's a good question. I don't know about that. I mean, 30 years is a long time. So it's like if a bank, like let's say he doesn't have one of his kids doesn't have kids of their own, the banks would be like, well, if you die, I'm not getting my $2 million that I'm loaning you back.
Do you think they all start killing each other to try to make sure their sums a little bit more? And a lot of them don't even know who they are. They like go into the database and it's like Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Start hunting each other down. Make the pot juicier for the rest of them. Squid Games.
That's crazy. I don't know that I could build a normal life knowing I was going to get $132 million in 30 years. I think I would try to bridge that gap. Look, I'm just being honest here. I think I'd try to bridge that gap the easiest way possible. And the first thing I'm doing is I'm having my own kids, right?
Yeah.
Because if I die,
you want to make sure that there's
I want to
a
make
place
sure
for it to
they're
go.
yeah, they'll get some of it. Lucky little bastards.
Yeah, and then I also wonder, okay, like from an institutional standpoint, if somebody comes to you with this proposition, hey, I'm going to come into $132 million in 30 years, what do you say, like, you spot me this now and all? Like,
yeah.
Could an institution say, sure, if we can get 50% back on that, we'll loan you $20 million now. You just have to give us $30 million when you get, like, I wonder, they've got to be able to make the interest rate sexy enough at some point that they're like, yeah, this is a good deal for us, but not if they think you're going to default.
Right. Would you, let's say I will, okay, so how old are you?
I'm 40.
That's right, you just turned 40. When you're 70,
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'm going to give you $132 million.
Okay.
When you're 70 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have any access to that until then.
Okay.
Okay, so all this bank talk, you're not getting it.
Okay.
You little bitch. Not a dime. But when you're 70, you are getting $132 million.
Okay.
And you already have two young boys. So even if you die before then, they're going to get your $132 million. It's coming into your family.
Yeah.
Or I will offer you right now. I'm trying to think of the number.
You're doing the lottery thing, aren't you? Like, you
Well-
gonna take the money later? You can do the lump sum now?
Yeah, I'm going to give you no, you're getting the lump sum later.
Well, yeah.
I think the more interesting question is if I give you less, but I give, and I mean a lot less, but I give it to you now.
What number do you say?
What do you do?
Where do you draw the line?
I mean, if I gave you $5 million
I was going to say even just 10% of that.
right now.
Let's say 10% of that's $13 million. Like,
Okay, let's do that. $13 million. See,
well,
I think
5% of it is like $6.5 million. $7
right,
million.
but I
So,
think that people would take a lot less.
I do too.
If it's up front.
yeah.
Because
I think there are people that would just take $1 million up front because they're like, it's $1 million.
or $2 million. Yeah, exactly. But I'm thinking the reason I said $5 million is because you could retire on $5 million. You're gonna have to stretch it because you're only 40. But that's a lot of dough. Yeah, I'm gonna give you $5 million right now, or $132 million when you're 70. What do you do?
Bird in hand, I'm taking the $5 million now.
Really?
I just think there is so much uncertainty about what comes tomorrow, let alone next year, let alone 30 years from now. I know that with $5 million right now, I can improve my family's life right now. I mean, not like
so it's about
not that we're
All right.
crazy rich, can do whatever we want all the time, millionaires. But you take that 5 right now, things get substantially better right away.
The grind is over,
and you're not waiting for 30 years.
The grind is over.
So I'm taking it.
Okay. What about $2 million?
I don't know if I am.
$2 million's a lot of dough.
It still is. I mean, it's probably,
I'll wire it to you tomorrow.
It's probably still a yes.
Wow. Okay.
I mean,
interesting exercise.
What's the number for you?
Interesting.
Okay, well, let's start with the 5. Are you taking the $5 million?
No.
Are you taking $10 million?
So again, now my scenario is different because I'm 50,
right?
Or will be.
Oh,
50.
so yeah, you.
So I'll be 80.
So you have to be 80, yeah.
Boy, but that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it almost makes no sense for me to take it at 80.
Unless your plan is just to make sure that your family is set up for generations.
10 million right now, I would be able to retire. I mean, not that I want to quit this great show.
Why would you? You could take the $5 million and keep doing this show.
That's true. I could take 10 million and keep doing the
That's
show
right.
if I wanted. What a great question. I think I'm going to wait and take the 132.
Okay.
Because
even if you're offered 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're doing fine, and that's just a lot of money that I know that my family will get. And so that's, I mean, then it's over for everybody. It's not about me. It's over.
Right.
My wife's going to live till she's 150. So she'll get that and meatball and their kids and like that. That's too much money to say no to.
Right. And so I get that somebody points out too, and I don't know if this is exactly accurate, but that if you're doing 10% and you're getting $13 million a year, you could bank $650K a year on interest.
Yeah. Oh,
so
for sure.
if you have enough to let your money start working for you right away while also improving your life, I think you just go for it.
But you spend. Listen. Here's what I know about me as a retiree.
Mm-hmm.
My ass is going to be expensive because I'm going to travel. I like to stay at nice places. I like to do a lot of different things. I play golf. My lifestyle. I'm not this balling on a budget kind of guy. When I retire, I want to ball the way I want to ball. Are your balls jiggling? So I'm going to have substantially more than I think maybe the average
But also
guy.
balling on a budget, I mean, I guess it's relative. It feels like there are ways that you can do it. I guess to truly ball, you need to wait it out. Maybe that's just it.
Someone said Rob has way too many terrible habits to assume he's going to get anywhere near 80. Now, why is that? What do I do? Well, first of all, my dad's 82. And my mom's 80. They're still alive and doing great at 82. What? I mean, I don't smoke. I drink.
Yeah.
What else do I do that's so harmful? I don't.
Are you
eat,
inactive?
I don't eat poorly. I'm active.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I don't see why.
I'm good. The guy that's going to
you got
die.
your shoulder.
Well, I have tendonitis in my shoulder. Yes, that may kill me. The guy that's going to die early is Sukanic, and he even knows it.
Yeah.
I wonder what he would say. I'm going to pose this to him on Monday.
Yeah. I think he's not taking the 5, but is taking the 10. I think he'll take the 10. Although...
Yeah, because he just wants to ride off into the sunset.
But also, he's got 3 young adult kids, so that 132 could do a lot for them. So...
That's right. See, I think about I don't know. I'm guessing somebody in their 20s is more inclined to take the smaller amount.
To wait, yeah.
They're
No,
going
to
to take the smaller amount because they're grinding it out. Like they haven't established themselves yet.
Sure.
As you get older, if you're established, you realize you don't need that much.
Right, but also the younger you are, the more relatively young you are when you get that big lump sum. If you get this proposal to you when you're 20,
then you're 50.
Then at 50, you're balling with 132 million.
And then you can still build your life.
Like Yeah.
the way you normally would, just knowing that at 50 you're cashing out everything. That's a good one. So when you're 20, you're right. You might be more inclined to wait and just like, oh.
But it depends on the person. I mean, 20-year-olds are impatient. They want a ball right now.
Tell you what, you're at that age. I'd say between 35 to 40 is the key age where this is a difficult one.
I agree. I think the choice is tougher for me than it is for you, not because we're that far apart, but because getting that money at 70 versus 80 feels substantial.
I'm also going to bring this up to my wife tonight.
Yeah, the text line suggested that we have this exercise with our significant others, and I think that'll be interesting.
Somebody said Rop imbibes and the sins of the flesh. God. And no, we don't know how old this guy's kids are. I kind of wanted to see the Wang. All right. Well, interesting exercise nonetheless. Now, this is how you get cheap liquor. We'll get to that story next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the Mariners win the opening game of their 10-game road trip with a big win at Wrigley Field today. They come from behind to beat the Cubs 9-4. Cal Raleigh with a pair of home runs. He now has 29 on the season, which is the most for any catcher before the All-Star break ever. Out in Connecticut, round 2 of the Travelers Championship, a three-way tie atop the leaderboard between Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood. They are all 9 under par. Here in Portland, it appears the new WNBA expansion franchise intends to call themselves the Portland Fire. This, if you believe the organization's trademarks that they've filed for. A big weekend coming up on the hardwood as the Thunder and Pacers will play a winner-take-all Game 7 to decide the NBA Finals on Sunday night at 5 o'clock. OKC is favored by 8 at home. Meanwhile, in Omaha, a 3-game series between Coastal Carolina and LSU to crown a champion in college baseball. Game 1 of that series starts Saturday at 4. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 503-207-6000. That's 503-207-6000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hi, I'm the daughter of Henderson and Daughter. Nearly 40 years ago, my folks and I were talking about starting a new window business. Pop endearingly stated, we're going to be go-givers instead of go-getters. Go-givers realize that no project is too small. At Henderson and Daughter, we take the time to listen. We design and install beautiful windows manufactured by Milgard. Let us show you all of the affordable possibilities new Milgard windows can do to transform your home. Visit hendersonanddaughter.com and call us to set up a free consultation.
CCB number 68623.
In Portland, thunderstorms and heavy rain and high of 61 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Sue.
We just stepped out of the shower. He'll be down in a minute.
All right, listen, you guys can't go... Did you just say we?
What?
Did you just say we just stepped out of the shower?
I said he.
Right, okay.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Double Sun Power!
Okay, and for our final story tonight, I tease this by saying this is how you get cheap liquor. Boy, I've never been more proud of some drunkards in my life. This story comes to us from Ghana.
Ah, now I remember this. I think I
Yeah.
sent this to you.
You sent this to me. Yeah. This
I
was-
didn't know what you were talking about, and now I remember.
This is great. This comes from the Nigerian Tribune. The Ghana Drunkards Association has issued a 3-week ultimatum to the government to reduce the prices of alcoholic beverages or face a massive nationwide protest from its reported 16.65 million members.
It's a big group.
Power in numbers, dude. In a video posted on X on Sunday, a man identified as Moses Oboa, believed to be the association's leader or spokesperson, said the government must act swiftly in response to the recent appreciation of the Ghanaian cedi, which he said...
I believe that's Ghanaian.
Ghanaian CEDI? CD? Which he said should have led to a reduction in alcohol prices. To date, the prices of alcoholic drinks keep going up. If you purchase alcohol, there is an increment of about 15%, and this affects vendors. We've learned that the cedi, I don't know what that means, has gained some strength, and the price of some items has been reduced. However, the cost of alcohol remains too high.
Oh, it looks like CD is their unit of currency. Because when I type in CD, it says CD to dollar conversion. So that's the Ghanaian currency.
Got it. I don't know much about Ghana. Can I pay you to go to Ghana, or would you go to Ghana on your own? Take a trip to Ghana?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty adventurous when it comes to travel, but my guess is I would go, but I could come up with other places I'd probably prefer to go more.
He further appealed directly to the authorities, saying, "We are therefore calling on President John Dramani Mahama and his Minister of Trade and Industry to do something about the prices. We have given them a 3-week grace period to meet us so we can deliberate on how to reduce the prices of alcohol. We are not making this call for only alcoholic drinks, but for the non-alcoholic drinks as well." See, that's smart. You rope in the cola drinkers and all that. The warning follows a remarkable rebound of the, what'd you call it? The Ghanaian cedi in 2025, which has appreciated nearly 50% against the U.S. dollar, making it the best performing currency globally so far this year.
Okay.
Boy, what a rally. You know, we're seeing a lot of protests around here, in the U.S. It's a smattering, really.
Not for causes like this.
But I tell you what, yeah. Do we have a drunkard association? I'd join.
I think we're probably more likely to have a fentanyl organization.
The organized fentanyl users?
Well, they've all banded together already, haven't they?
I think this is great. In Oregon, we have the OLCC, which is a very strange thing coming from another state.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not a lot of states have a liquor control.
I was blown away by this when I came to college in Oregon.
Yeah,
because
you're from California.
I'm from California, where we just, you buy your liquor at the grocery store, and like, there aren't a bunch of extra. Like, when I found out you had to go specifically to a liquor store to get liquor, and you couldn't get it there, and additionally that they had like different hours, and in most cases weren't open on Sundays. I'm like, what is this?
It's weird.
Yeah.
And you guys maybe don't know it's weird because you're used to it because you lived here, but in other states they don't have this. It's like the Gestapo of liquor.
Wow.
And the only way we're gonna get them, because they're hoarding our Poppy Van Winkle, right? Wasn't that the big story? They were taking all the really expensive bourbon bottles. And
I think that's right.
Keeping them for themselves.
Yeah, when good stuff would come in, they'd essentially
Bastards.
just hold it aside. Yeah.
Hey, the Nazi Power Hour. Where do I find that?
Probably with those liquor fools.
I'm gonna start the Oregon Drunkard Association.
Okay.
And we're gonna meet.
Where's your first stop to round up new recruits?
Well, I feel like there are drunks everywhere. That's our power. Is there are many of us, and we're all over the place.
So you starting in dive bars, or large establishments?
Oh well, yeah. I would say maybe we get to some sort of festival.
Ooh,
that's
a good idea. Yeah,
a lot of people drinking at festivals.
Uh-huh.
You have the Waterfront Blues Festival coming.
Although those are expensive drinkers. Like You also
That's
need to
true.
make sure you're targeting the ones who are looking for like the cheapest, easiest fix and like who's got my $3 beers. you
Well,
know?
maybe I'm going to the liquor store. I'm going right to the OLCC. They control those liquor stores. I'm setting up shop in front of their door.
Yeah.
Join my association. We'll get cheaper prices. Power in numbers. Let's go. I love that. Way to go, Ghana. How about Ghana with a drunkard association?
Love it.
Smart move. All right. We must break. We will come back and wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Remember, Aaron Rodgers last year was not at like the team's first activities because he had a trip planned to Egypt that he basically wouldn't move.
Oh, that's right.
And then Saleh had to do the expectation is to be here. Well, actually, this was an excused absence, and they had to do this whole song and dance because basically he's like, no, man, you did camp in my vacation.
He who won't. So Rodgers, you said won't wear wireless earbuds.
Yeah, that was a news story going around today because he was spotted walking alone on the beach with earbuds in, but the old school iPod and iPhone ones that have the cord that goes into the bottom of your phone. And apparently he will not do Bluetooth speakers because he thinks it messes with your brainwaves.
Well, maybe he's right.
And also people are saying, how come we've seen Aaron Rodgers since allegedly getting married and no one's seen his wife yet?
He got married?
Yes. That was one of the first things he said when he showed up to Pittsburgh. He's married now.
To who?
Someone named Brittany, we think. No one in the public eye. It's all very weird.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
We think. Egypt is a developing country, not a developed country. I caught myself on that one. Yeah, I'm out on Egypt.
Mozambique, beautiful beaches, islands including the Bazaruto archipelago.
All right. I mean, sounds to me like you can probably get a little something in all of them, or many of them.
You can go to Rwanda for gorilla trekking if you want to do that 100 men versus one gorilla thing.
What does that mean? Gorilla trekking?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Tell
me more about that.
Maybe like hiking and finding gorillas, and also gorilla trekking in Volcanoes National Park. Let's find out.
Wait, what? You just go, like, you can do that? You can just go on a hike and chill with gorillas?
Let's see. Rwenzori, trek experiences or trek expeditions, where to see gorillas in Africa. Yeah, it seems like you basically go on gorilla hikes, I guess.
How do they keep you, how do they keep you safe? Is
don't
that a
know.
dumb question?
I don't know.
How do they keep you safe on
Bring 100 men.
How do they guard you on safaris?
I think that you're in trucks that are...
You sleep out there.
Yeah, you sleep out there, but usually you have some sort of...
What do you got? I feel like you don't know, and you're about to say something that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, no, because my dad and stepmom did this. I mean, it was
like an armed guard.
It was some sort of kind of, well, this won't surprise anyone, some sort of privileged glamping type experience.
Oh,
and
yeah, I'm sure there's different. degrees.
I think they went a couple places. I think one of the places they went actually had like a physical perimeter where like a fence that you go inside at night, but they went other places. I think that had guards, but they said they like woke up and like giraffes came right to their window. So
window.
Yeah, they were in a building out in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa.
For one of them. I'm trying to read about gorilla trekking.
Would you want to be a safari guard? What a terrible job.
No.
Protecting all the rich white people from lions?
The animals who've always lived there.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, I assume it's safe. You never really hear about people getting killed on a safari. I mean, every once in a while, but
no, but it's always anytime you see somebody, a person getting killed or hurt by a large exotic species, it's almost always somebody like getting out of a car at one of those drive-through safaris, or like I tried to take on this elephant on my own 2 feet with a gun and then it charged me, or like, you know.
Or they have a bunch of ruffles in their tent.
I think generally if you are leaving the animals be, it is a pretty safe experience.
Generally doesn't cut it for me, though.
That's fair. I'm sure there is a... What do you think the percentages are that something goes wrong on your safari animal-wise? Is it 1 in 100? Is it lower than that?
I don't know what the percentages are, but I've seen those vids of the lions crawling in through the people are driving in the little carts, and there's no doors on them. They're open air.
Yeah.
You seen that? And the lion just crawls up in there? Like,
yeah.
I've seen those.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
I don't either.
I don't know.
I've also seen the ones where they're in like kind of big Jeeps, and then suddenly like elephants come out of a big brush and they decide they're going to stampede, and you're like, I hope our Jeep's fast enough.
See, I hate to say this, but I just know myself, and I'm just going to be honest. If I go on an African safari, it's going to be kind of a bougie one. I'm going to pay extra for certain things. And maybe I'll even like saddle a lion and ride it, you know? They have that?
You could probably find some, I don't know, dark web safari that'll allow you to, like, I don't know, not only ride a lion, but also like wear a giraffe as a hat. I don't know.
You can kill them like those big game hunter losers.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't want to do that.
And then people would come back and Yelp review your radio show and get you fired.
Oh, I'd totally. Don't you think I would be fired, or if one of us got,
the public outrage here that they found out one of you jabronis went out on a
we might
safari
get fired.
and like.
If there's a photo of Sukanik posing with a bloody lion,
or like
and
you come back with your tusks, you're all proud of yourself with this slain elephant.
He's all flexing. He's out of here. Hell, I'll kick his ass out of here. I don't like that.
I mean, the bike community almost shut you guys down. Think about what the animal community would do.
That's right. I'm pro animal. All right, everybody, have a great weekend. We are back Monday. No show Tuesday. We got the Fan Golf Classic, but hopefully we'll see you out there.
We will have a Game 7 to discuss on Monday.
Hell yeah, we will. That's going to be great. Everybody have a great weekend. We are back Monday, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Ships of space.